Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, smash the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. I've got tons of genealogical resources available for you. I've also launched my first course, Hidden Heritage, the untold story of Native Black Americans. Right now, we're doing a 50% off sale on the course from now until the 1st of the month. But guys, this is a continuation. This is a continuation of a conversation we've been having tonight with a content creator by the name Handsome History. You can find him on TikTok under the name Handsome History, as well as YouTube under the same name. And I was really hoping he'd come back for a third broadcast this evening so that we can answer some questions of the audience and, most importantly, dive a little bit deeper into our own family genealogies, because I think that there's a lot of parallels that most people don't realize. Without further ado, let's bring up our honored guest of the evening, Handsome History. How you doing?
Hey, thanks, Mike. Good to be here. Let's keep going. It's fun stuff.
Yeah. Let's keep it going. Now, if there's anybody who's migrating from the last broadcast to this one and has any questions, then go ahead and post them in the TikTok feed or the YouTube live chat. I know there were several people in the chat talking about how they really love the conversation between us. They want to see more of us. Hey, if you're down to come back or even pop in once a week or something, you know, I think
absolutely, this could be fun.
It'd be great.
It's
most stuff
there is to talk about.
Yeah. Shout out to Aquili I. Says, I feel like a kid again. Happy to be in school. There you go. Each one teach one. Craig says, lovely discussion. Stretchy on TikTok says, it's some gems in here. Appreciate both of you guys. Cool. Yeah. Let's get into it. Y'all. Let me see. In Tune says, has he shared this information with relatives or colleagues? If so, what was their response?
Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good question. I love
he ain't talking about this at the family reunion. No.
I think that's a great question. Hey, why not? It's a fair question, man. Yes, I have. And everybody, of course, initially, obviously, mostly white people at this point in my life. But it's like, yeah, there's like a, but here's the thing. Once I start pointing out some things, you know, and then like it kind of works on them, and then they start to open up to a little bit. You know, I'm like, have you ever felt like, how do you explain this? And they'll be like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm like, yeah, like, don't you think what I'm saying might? And then of course, since I kind of bring a core, you know, I have experience. You know, I worked at IBM, like. I could also talk about a way a lot of these type of people like, oh, that's all right. Well, he's making a good case. Like, it's like he's making a good case for it, right? It's like, you know, it's the culture, right? It's like, okay. It's almost like I know how to like put it to them in a way that they might accept it. I guess what I'm trying to tell you, you know, with it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, most people are at a minimum like, how could you hide that? Like at some point, they're just like, but how could they have made up the lie and made it work, right? That I think is a lot of it. And then at that point, it gets pretty interesting with people. You start telling people, you know, these guys are the indigenous Indians that were here, and especially a lot of people that are, you know, Christian or whatever. And you start maybe throwing out that word like Indios and the Hebrew and all that. That's something that like resonates with them in their, especially if they're Protestants in this country, right? So they're gonna be like, wait, what? So yeah, it takes a little bit of like, kind of got to roll it out a little bit. I can't sit there and go, man, you guys are idiots. This is what really happened. That doesn't work, right? So what I got to do is be like, you know, I've been really looking at this stuff, and as you guys know, like I've always loved the history, you know. So I tell you know, they know who I am, and I'll be like, I'm telling you, man, I'm not a conspiracy guy. Like I'm not known as that guy. You know, I'm not the aliens guy. You know, I'm not the you know, I'm like, this is real. It's like what I'm trying to say. And I tell them I'm reading legislation. I'm reading corporate charters. I'm reading missionary logs. You know, I'm saying I'm not reading what the Indians are telling me. I'm not reading what the black people, because that's the blacks, right? How they say the white people go, the blacks. It's like
Yeah.
stop, please stop, right?
Oh, you've been watching those Negroes on TikTok. No, I've been reading the book from the Europeans that came here and built the country.
yeah. So it's like, okay, you know, whatever. You got enough knuckleheads, they're just never going to convert. But the others, like, you know, it's interesting once they can kind of get their mind around just to consider it. You'd be surprised. Like, they're like, okay, but I think one of the biggest things is just simply like, how in the hell could they pull this off? But then I kind of go into that with people, especially around the Civil War, because I point out to them that this is how everybody talked about it before the Civil War. A lot of what we're saying was conventional. So I said, so something happened, and we're the guys that come after, right? Especially the Europeans. They dumped so many over that weren't here before. They can
Let's
tell
touch
us
on
whatever.
that real quick.
Yeah.
Let's touch on that. I think you're actually the first content creator I heard say this verbatim. You said something along the lines of over 90% of Europeans today descend from immigrants that came after the Civil War.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say, but I'd say at least like 50 to 70. Like, here's what I'll say. They brought over from, say, basically 1870, well, really at the war until 1920, around World War I, guys. So you're talking like 60 years of this, 400,000 to 500,000 a year. So the numbers get big real quick. Understand the South only had a total of like 12 million people, like 4 million, even less than that. The country had about 30 million at the Civil War. So you start bringing over 1 million every 2 years. That's 3%. You know what I mean? My point is, those are huge numbers. And the type of people they're bringing over, half of them are from the Caucasus region in Russia, because the Russians are fighting. So the whole time the Indians over here are getting displaced, and there's like this insane amount of war effort against you guys. The Russians are over there doing it against the Balkans and the Caucasus region, and relabeling them all their tribes disappeared too. And then they're getting displaced and coming into Galveston, Texas. So just as many Europeans came from there as came from England, Ireland, and Scotland. Like, that's the typical thing. Although we'll all tell you, right? We're all from England, Ireland, and Scotland. Right. Actually, about half of us are from, well, we don't really know, somewhere in the Caucasus. That's a whole another thing. They're just calling themselves German because they came out of the port of Hamburg. It's just like you're talking about the Dawes Act, right? The Dawes Act, They look at you and they give you a label. They did the same thing to the Europeans. They looked at them like, well, you know, he could be Syrian, he could be German. I'm serious, guys. They literally did the same thing. It's like it's wild, but it's like they're displacing everybody simultaneously and moving people around.
If anybody wants to research this on their own time, if anybody's wondering why these European settlers would come here, risk life and limb, battling Indians and stuff to try to settle, you have to look up something called the enclosure. Around the same time, around the same time, they were taking the peasants and the serfs off of communal land ownership. Guys, look it up. The average European peasant was living in, like, his house was like the size of a McMansion. I mean, sure, it's made out of wood and stuff, but they were living pretty good. But here comes the enclosure to privatize the land, force them on little land allotments, kind of echoing the whole Dawes Commission thing. And then they'd say, hey, look, life's not really looking real good for you in Europe. You ain't shit over here. You ain't never going to be shit unless you were born into the aristocracy, right? But here's a better deal for you. We'll fund you getting on this boat, and the corporation will fund you going to settle in this new colony as long as you agree to work the land for X amount of years and do this and that. And guess what? It's not until they show up in America that they realize, wait a minute, they're giving us supplies to settle, and they're giving us firearms. Why do we need guns for? Oh, yeah, there's some local Black Indians that want to kill you guys for being here. Good luck. Man,
I mean, it's, right. I've done 2 deep dives, one in California on that and one in Florida. And I mean, in Florida, it's literally in the legislation. If you got 160 acres of land, you had to be a white European. You had to come down for 5 years. All right. After 5 years, then it was like yours, and you didn't have to pay tax and cash for like 10 years after that. But here's what the kicker: you had to come to the militia muster every weekend to the armory where the Methodist judge and reverend were auditing who showed up, and that's where you got your gun. So what they were doing was basically putting armed settlers. They were just putting bodies there with guns and it's just like just putting them out there, man. And just
that's how the colony of Georgia started. They were in armed rebellion with the Spanish and the Black Indians that were, allies with the Spanish, and they were going into the Carolinas and raiding plantations and liberating slaves. So they said, we need to put up a buffer area. We need to get some ponds to start this little area of Georgia so they can be cannon fodder and kind of be in between these battlegrounds. That's how you get Georgia.
It's bad, guys. I mean, and in Florida's even later. What I'm talking about in Florida is like 1850s. So a lot of this stuff in the South, guys, is in Texas. Well, I guess that's part of the South. But this is stuff that we can see going on after the Civil War. I always tell people more colonization occurred after the Civil War than before. Yes. They had all these publicly traded, capitalized stock companies. They're all coming over here. And they're all the county. So almost every county was like a corporation, and they're just bringing in Europeans, kicking out the Indians. They're calling Negroes now, right? That's what's going on. And then the Europeans are getting paid in company script that's only good at that company store in that county. So talk about slavery, right? These guys are stuck talk about being on a reservation, right? They're on the corporate reservation in a worse system. You see what I'm saying? Like, well, obviously by that point, being black's the worst case. But what I'm saying is like, they're bringing these guys over. It's not like the story is always like, and then after 2 or 3 years, the white settler got some land, and then he went on and he built the family. I'm like, guys, that's a big lie too. They were all dying of starvation. They're paupers. They're the hobos on the trains. Those are all the white guys that they don't know how to farm, guys. And you're not going to help them. Hell no, right? You guys are doing your thing, right? Everybody's like tribing up. Imagine. So the white dude you see what I'm saying? So they're the hobos. They're the guys that are going, the vagabonds, all the way out there. Doesn't things start to make more sense now? You're like, that's who they are. Yeah.
And shout out to Oregon. Oregon says, never learned this version of Georgia history as a born and bred peach. Yeah, see, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even really teach you that Georgia's named after King George. I'm born and raised in California. They didn't tell us the state of California is named after the quote-unquote myth of the Black Indigenous Amazonian Queen Califia.
And there's a whole, well, I don't even think Georgia's named after King George. I think it's named after the Armenian Republic of Georgia, which used to be Iberia. There's a whole thing here. That's why you have guys you have names like Oglethorpe and Ogden establishing Georgia. Those are Caucasian names. Those are not English, Scottish, or Irishmen's names. And they're even described as looking like Turks and foreigners. There's a whole story there. And Georgia's a great example too. You can find books written by the churches themselves, because you got to understand something, guys. This is all written down. Everything I'm telling you, I have found from like the horse's mouth, so to speak. So the Methodists would write these like history books and talking about their wonderful Methodist missionaries in Georgia. What they're telling you, how they hostage them, how they ran orphanages, how they converted them. They'll just tell you what happened. And because they're not ashamed of it. It wasn't illegal. And they did not think this is immoral. None of these people think anything that they were doing was immoral and it wasn't illegal. So they're writing it all out. It's just that our historians, right, the propagandists, they're not going to push it in front of a kid, right? But there's a whole great story to Georgia, guys. And if you're from there, just look up books written by the Methodists, the Baptists, these missionary books written in the 1800s. It will give you details about the intermarriages, the playing the games with the local chiefs, guys, the manipulating the women. I mean, it's real. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. These men that came over were not coming over with women, and they were it was part of their job. You marry an elite Indian woman, because that's how we start to get the land into our title system. Bottom line.
That's why a lot of us Black and Indians find Scottish people in our family tree, some Germans, some Irish part of the family tree.
So everybody admits to that stuff because it was so they were calling him Chief McGilvray or whatever. So it's obvious. Yeah. They think that's an exception. What I'm trying to say is it's the rule. It's the rule. It's way more the rule than you realize. All this intermarriage, all this hostaging. Think about how many people they were hostaging and indoctrinating over 100 years, 200 years. Man, it's a lot.
Yep. And shout out to Mud. Mud says, "Can we please do this talk again?" Yeah, I'm going to talk to our good brother here, and we'll try to set something up weekly or bi-weekly or something. But the audience definitely loves the conversation. And real quick, where I want to take it, Can you give us a little short synopsis on like your family history?
Yeah, let's do that.
At what point in the timeline did your family come here, et cetera, et cetera?
So I'll get it. I'll just talk about the most relevant one because two of them are after World War I, and so it's like, you know. But I do have one. The story comes out of Saxony, Germany, as like one of these military mercenary types before the Revolution. So I think they send them over. There's the French and Indian War. That's what George Washington makes his name. This is in the 1760s. And, you know, but I'm thinking that's also the Hessian soldiers, right? So I'm getting a kick out of this, like, maybe they weren't all swarthy. Like maybe my guys, it's like kind of funny because I'm like, that's so you got to understand that Hessian soldiers that you hear about and all that, and the German, that part of Germany was a Holy Roman Empire electorate, guys. So you got to understand something. This country's royal family was from the Holy Roman Empire, and they were the kings of Great Britain, but they were also the king of this electorate of the Holy Roman Empire. So just don't forget that. It's huge. These are very wealthy, powerful people, right? That's why you have an electoral college. They already had one in the Holy Roman Empire. Okay, yeah.
A lot of things, a lot of parallels.
Yeah. I mean,
it's interesting. So you said the family line of yours came from Germany?
Yeah. So that part comes over as part of this military types that they're sending. So I'm pointing this out, guys, because that's what provided the military muscle for Great Britain in the colony, besides the indigenous Indians and the tribes at the time. The guys they're bringing over from Europe are not Englishmen. They're Germans coming out of Saxony, Germany, of this electorate of King George the First, Second, and Third, on and on. That's where King George comes from.
But when we talk about your lineage, I get the region, but were they coming over under the European settler system?
Yes,
were they coming over under the church system? Or?
Yeah, so they're coming over as part of he comes over as a Lutheran, and then they end up in New York for like a generation. And then there's like a transfer to a different Protestant denomination as they move west into Pennsylvania. Then there's the war, and there's actually a story. I can't believe it, but this is the story. They say that he was like, you know, pretty hard ass guy, and the Indians like basically had a bounty on him, and they get him after the war as he's making his way down. They kill him, but he had 4 sons that make their way to North Carolina, and that's where like the story really picks up. So they get land, and so they're getting land allocated to them from displaced Indians in the Carolinas at the end of the Civil War towards 1800 as they're moving in, and we know they start the pressure on the Cherokees starts building, right? So as they're moving you out like county by county, here come these guys they're bringing down from Pennsylvania, New York, because hey, we're going to give you guys a couple hundred. Up there you've got 40, whatever, it's crowded, whatever that means. But you know, and who are they sending down? Militaristic guys, right? Doesn't that make sense? Like they're on the frontier, right? So that's the beginning, and that's in North Carolina. Now at this point they're Methodist, and then the twist comes after the Civil War. I have one who's a prisoner of war for the South. He's, you know, actually marched back, wrote a letter. There's a whole thing where they go after their loyalty, so they have to defend themselves to the North Carolina state legislature to show that they're loyal to the new Union state of North Carolina. Okay. The whole thing, I found their name. Like, this is wild. Like, they're in there.
Well, you know, it's interesting that you say that you have ancestors who came from Germany, because some people would be surprised that I also have some lineage from Germany.
There we go.
And although his ancestors came under the displacement settler system, my German ancestor came here as a slave, more or less. Matter of fact, if I bring him up real quick, this is my seventh great grandfather. His name was Franz Christian Nehuthman. His angelicized name is Hootman. No resemblance, I'm sure. This is on my mother's side. So my father's side, maternal and paternal, Black Indigenous. My mother's paternal side, Black Indigenous. Mother's maternal side, German Irish heritage. And actually, if I pull up his profile here, check this out, guys. It gets deep. This is how deep we can get with the receipts. He's born in July 31st, 1757 in Mengerishausen, Frankenberg, Germany, right?
Okay.
Check this out. We've even got some oral tradition passed down through the family of how he came to the Americas. Let's do a little bit of reading, guys. At the end of the day, reading is oh so fundamental. Come on.
butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere.
Hey, let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it, okay? We got to read. It's in a book. They didn't want us to read and write for a reason, right? This is the oral tradition right here. Christian Houtman, the founder of the Houtman family in America, was born in 1757 in the Principality of Hessen Castle Gremmen Empire. At that point in time, in that part of Germany, it was called the Gremmen Empire. He was a fine drummer boy, and when about 16, was kidnapped by the Prince of Hesse and sold to King George III of England to the end and for the purpose of fighting the colonists in America who were at war with the mother country, striving for their independence. Guys, my ancestor is in the Gremmen Empire, gets kidnapped by a local prince, sold to King George to go fight for the British in the American Revolution. Let's keep going. His father was a wealthy man and could have procured the young man's release, but for a difference between them, he was taken in charge by officers. And upon his refusal to join the troops, he was given 30 lashes for 3 consecutive days. They was whipping him like Toby over there in Germany. Damn. After which he consented to obey the commands of his superiors. Nevertheless, before embarking with the soldiers, he said to his father, quote, "You forced me to take the lashes. I'll go, but I'll never fire a gun against the Americans, and I will never return to the fatherland." And he never did. On the morning of December 25th, 1776, he was struck by a gun cartridge and suffered a fracture of one leg. During the early morning, General Washington and his Continentals had crossed the Delaware and surprised Rawls' camp, capturing the entire band. Christian Houtman was one of those taken by the Americans, but they treated him so well that after 3 months, he had so far recovered that he re-enlisted, but not with the British, but with the Virginian Regiment, and acted as a drummer boy until the close of the war. Come on. Interesting.
Yeah. They're from the same hive. Like, they're both coming from Hesse, Germany. They're militaristic guys coming around the same era. Like, before they're sending them over, for the war. And he marries in. See, that's what I don't know about mine. Like, who did he marry? That's what, maybe that's what's wild. So, but they're coming from the same culture. That's wild.
But here's the thing. You being a historian of the Caucasian persuasion.
Yeah.
I really want to get your live take on something.
Sure.
A lot of times when we talk about Black Indians being racially reclassified, a lot of times people don't have this type of family history that really personalizes what we're discussing. So I shared with the audience part of my one German line, right? How they came over here as slaves, more or less, right? Taking lashes and everything, right? But now I want to talk about my Black Indigenous side of the family. Matter of fact, if you guys go to my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, if you scroll to the bottom of the website, I've actually got a little tidbit on me and one of my prominent ancestors. This is my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. He was a Creek Indian town king and the Chief Justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation. And as you can see from his photo, I mean, he's clearly a melanated man. But some people would be surprised to learn that he's listed on the Dawes Roll, the federal Dawes Roll, as a full-blooded Indian. But although he's on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian, although he's such a prominent figure that he's written about in history books, this book is called The Indian Territory, Its Chiefs, Legislators, and Leading Men, written by Harry F. O'Byrne. And right here on page 242, my ancestor has a whole chapter dedicated to him. So clearly this was a man of note. He was a leader in the tribe during a very tumultuous time. I mean, we're talking about the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation. He's a famous attorney working on behalf of the tribe, right? But I was surprised to find in modern times, there are mainstream academics working to racially reclassify my grandfather. I was so surprised to learn that there's a professor at the University of Georgia called Claudio Sant. And Claudio Sant is a professor, has a PhD in American Indian history, has tenure at University of Georgia, all this. He's in documentaries about Black Indians, trying to convince you that Black Indians are African slaves that mix with natives and shit. Claudio Sant is in the center of it all. And Claudio Sant, to my surprise, wrote a book about my ancestor, wrote a book about my whole family line. This is the name of the book, Black, White, and Indian, Race and the Unmaking of an American Family. And in this book, we got a whole chapter on my ancestors again. Let's check out what this professor with his PhD on American history says about my ancestor, who's a leader of the Creek Nation, listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian. Let's see how he describes him. Thomas J. Adams, a Creek of African descent. Wait a minute, my ancestor's a leader of the nation. I mean, he's the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation. He's on the Dawes Roll, not as a freedman, not as 1/2 blood quantum, 1/8, 1/30, as a full-blooded Indian. But this professor in his book that he wrote in 2005 is going to start off by saying, my ancestor is a Creek of African descent, born in 1852. Adams became the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation in the late 1800s, suggesting that some Black Muskogees still wielded significant power. So we can't hide the fact that he was the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation because he's such a prominent figure. But look how he's sneak dissing my ancestor. I guess some of these Black African Creeks have position. Why would they let an African come and be the leader of the tribe? But wait, there's more. It's going to get worse, and it's never going to get better. Thomas J. Adams, a Creek of African descent, born in 1842. Adams became the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation in the late 1800s, suggesting that some Black Muskogees still wielded significant power. Their children were visibly of African descent. Oh, we had melanin? Oh, okay. Their children are visibly of African descent, and they spoke Creek fluently. Damn, I didn't know Africans speak Indigenous American dialect fluently. Where they do that at? But it gets worse, and it's never going to get better. When I found out that this man is writing this book alleging my ancestors in African, despite him being on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian, guess what? I did what you're supposed to do. I reached out to him. And this is where it's going to get interesting. I'm so glad that we've got a handsome history up here on the stage, because I would love your personal opinion on this. Wow. I sent him an email April 16th of this year. I sent him this email, and this is what I say. Dear Dr. Sant, my name is Michael Lane, and I'm a genealogist as well as a citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation. I am also a direct descendant of Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, a respected leader of our nation who served during the late 19th and early 20th century. After reviewing your book, Black, White, and Indian, Race and the Unmaking of an American Family, I came across references suggesting that Thomas Jefferson Adams was of African descent. I'm writing to respectfully request the specific sources or documentation that support this claim. From the records I've studied, he is listed on the Dawes Roll, roll number 2145, as a full-blood Creek citizen, not as a freedman. He also served as Chief Justice of the Creek Nation Supreme Court and was a longstanding member of the National Council, all while being recognized as a leader chosen by and respected within the nation. Nowhere in federal or tribal archives have I seen any indication that he was categorized as having African ancestry. As someone deeply invested in preserving the truth of our history, and as a Creek citizen working to correct the long legacy of racial reclassification and historical misrepresentation, accuracy on this topic is incredibly important to me, and to others reclaiming their Native identity and ancestral rights. If your statement is based on verifiable lineage, I would truly appreciate the opportunity to review the source. If not, I kindly ask that you consider revisiting or clarifying that assertion in any future publications or commentary. Thank you for your time and the scholarship you've contributed to Indigenous history. I look forward to hearing from you and welcome any further dialogue on this matter. Sincerely, Michael Lane, citizen, Muskogee Creek Nation. And to my surprise, guys, I didn't think he was going to respond to me. He's some big wig professor. You know, I didn't think he was going to give me the time of day. Not only did he respond, he responded expeditiously. I sent him this email April 16th, 3:16 p.m. He responded first thing in the morning, April 17th. First thing, next day, April 17th. He says, Dear Michael, Thanks for your email. Though it has been 20 years since I last dug into the story of the Graysons, I was able to locate the two sources that I cite on the pages in Black, White, and Indian that discuss Chester Adams, a descendant of Thomas Jefferson Adams. I'm attaching them to this message. Now, this is where it's going to get tricky, guys. Like Thomas Jefferson Adams himself, his wife Mahala was on the by-blood roll, though Mahala's mother was described as a very ignorant old Negro woman by a U.S. probate attorney in 1916. Let's stop right there. I asked this motherfucker why you call my ancestor an African when he's not an African. He's listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian. He's a leader of the Muskogee Creek Nation. And the first piece of evidence he's going to give me is that my grandfather's wife's mother was called an ignorant old Negro woman by a probate attorney in 1916. So I guess my grandfather's an African now, guys. But wait, it gets worse, and it's never going to get better. He then goes on to say, as for Thomas, he is consistently described as a half-breed, along with other half-breeds like John Grayson, who appear on the Freedman Roll. Let's pause right there. So now he's telling me some loose rumor that my grandfather's described as a half-breed. He doesn't name the source. He doesn't name where that's coming from. He heard from a bird that even though my father is the town king, the chief justice, prominent lawyer, he heard from a bird that he's a half-breed, like another half-breed named John Grayson, who's on the Freedman Roll. But my grandfather's not on the Freedman Roll. He's on the by-blood roll as a full-blooded Indian. But wait, it gets worse, and it's never going to get better. He then says, and then there is the photo that Chester Adams shared with me. He's referring to this photo that he put in his book. So I guess he saw this photo of my famous Black Indigenous town king grandfather in the front. This is the Okmulgee courthouse. He's in the front like leaders are, posing for the photo. I guess this photo proves my ancestor is African, huh, guys? He heard that Thomas's wife's mother was described as an ignorant old Negro, so Thomas is African. He heard a rumor that he's a half-breed like other half-breeds on the Dawes Roll, even though Thomas is on the by-blood roll as full-blooded Indian, but he's an African. And Chester shared this photo, and this photo clearly shows that Thomas is an African, right, guys? But it gets worse, and it's never going to get better. This is how he ends this email to me. This is how he ends the email. But all of this is circumstantial, and you may have more definitive evidence in hand. What the fuck? Huh? I asked you to cite your sources. You have no sources. You have speculation. You have rumors, hearsay. Then you invalidate all your sources and say they're circumstantial and pass me the baton saying that I probably have more definitive evidence in hand? What? Whoa. And this is how you know that he was doing this nefariously, that this was purposeful, that the reclassification of Black Indigenous prominent leaders is going on by design, because you know what? I sat on this for several months. I didn't respond to him right away. It took a long time for me to sit with this and figure out how I would respond. You can see right here, I sent him the first email April 16th. He responded April 17th. I didn't send him another email until August 12th. I had to wait 4 months. I had to sit on it. This is crazy. But I said, you know what? Even though he's already given me a smoking gun, even though his response has already clearly proved the racial reclassification of Black Indigenous people, right? Let me just play ball with him and send him a little email seeking rectification and see what he says. So this is what I send him in August. Dear Dr. Sant, I hope this message finds you well. I've been meaning to respond to your email from April, but I wanted to take this time to sit with this matter before writing back. It's been weighing heavily on me and my family for months now. As someone who deeply appreciates historical scholarship, I want to say up front that I'm a fan of much of your work. See, guys, this is where you got to butter them up. Black, White, and Indian, West of the Revolution, and Unworthy Republic have left strong impressions of me. See, guys, he's writing all these books about American Indian history at the same time, reclassifying Indigenous people, right, guys? But we're trying to butter him up. They've all left a strong impression of me, on me. Your research and storytelling have contributed greatly to public understanding of American history. That said, I also want to share that the way my ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, was represented in your work has been extremely difficult for me to reconcile, both personally and professionally. In my own work as a genealogist, tribal member, and historical preservation advocate, I spend every day uncovering and correcting misrepresentations of Indigenous people, especially those of us whose identities were altered or erased in official records. I spent months reflecting on how best to approach this. I would like to resolve it in a way that is fair, collaborative, and respectful of your body of work. For my family and community, the most meaningful form of rectification would be 1, a formal professional letter of acknowledgement stating the Dawes Roll designation and clarifying that it was not included in the original work. Because guys, notice how he writes a whole fucking book about my ancestor, says he's visibly African, but doesn't mention that he's listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian, but is sprinkling all these misnomers about him being an African, visibly African, right? So again, first point of rectification, a formal professional letter of acknowledgement stating the Dawes Roll designation and clarifying it was not included in your original work. 2, a personal copy of the book with this clarification included, whether as an inserted page, a signed note bound in, or another method you feel is appropriate. This would allow me to preserve your acknowledgement as part of my family and tribal historical record, and to share it as an example of how historical scholarship can respond to new or overlooked information in a responsible way. I truly believe we are on the same side in wanting the historical record to be as accurate and honest as possible. I'm hoping we can work together towards a resolution that honors both the truth of the archival record and the importance of your scholarship. Thank you for taking the time to consider this. I look forward to hearing your thoughts. Guys, first email I sent him, August 16th. He responds back first thing next day, April 16th. He responds back the next day, April 17th. I wait a few months. I send him this email seeking rectification, right? Right? Guys, it's now October 24th. He's not responding to my email. I don't know, guys. I guess I asked for too much. It's not like I asked for his books to be taken off the shelf. It's not like I went to the University of Georgia and started raising hell with all of my subscribers. It's not like I got with the attorneys of my tribe and the cultural preservation department to go after him academically and professionally. I didn't do any of that. I just asked for a signed acknowledgement and a copy of the book so I can preserve his correction of the record. And he wouldn't even give me that. But he's going to allege that my ancestor's an African, despite him being on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian. So when you guys hear about paper genocide, when you hear about racial reclassification, you see why I'm so passionate about this, because I live it, and my ancestors have as well. But Handsome History, let us know, what do you think about this?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm amazed. So this is crazy. So again, this shows it's very targeted, right, at certain group of people that there's obviously we can't give like they just don't want, you know, like the cat let out of the bag or whatever. And it's amazing to me that this still goes on, except it's not really amazing, because that's what I'm saying. Like when people ask, well, how could you cover this up? How I'm like, well, if you go back a little bit, you have one group wins that war, and they're gonna choose all the Harvard University guys, look what happens now. Like when they were protesting Palestine on the college campuses, who withdrew their money? The capitalists. So once you realize that the same guys that own the media really own the universities, own this guy, we go find out who sponsors his professorship. It's going to be sponsored by a wealthy alumni or a corporation. So you ask yourself, how does this happen? Well, that's who he works for, whether he actually understands it in that dynamic or not. And he's trusting every little book, every little professor that said the same thing. When they see the word Negro, they think African. And that's part of the crazy cleverness of the whole, what they've done. Like they started that like 100, years ago in the 1800s, they start to work that in, right? And now they don't even have to, like the lie just gets passed on. Like I said, like he's never even quite, man. I mean, he might even, but he's probably so, you know, but he might be a bad guy. I don't know. But at a minimum, he's embarrassed because, right? He's so, right. But on the other hand, he's probably like, well, who's ever looked that up to like, you see what I'm saying? Like every history professor he's ever had would have said the exact same thing. But oh, a Negro means, yep, it's that bad. It just
hold on. Respectfully, you're low key giving him a cop out. This isn't just a professor. This is a PhD. He has a doctorate. He's written several books about American Indian history. That book was a deep dive on my whole family bloodline. And guess what? In his research, he had to have came across Dawes Roll documents and knew that he was listed as a full-blooded Indian and still chose to admit that and allege he was African.
Yeah, see, that makes it, man, and it just shows you too, like, so people say to me, like, well, what are you, all this? I'm like, see, a guy can write a book, and because it's so dense and so full of footnotes, it's like a spell. Everybody just assumes everything he's writing is true. So that's why I say, no, like, I don't even play. I'm like, at the end of the day, you get a few clues, like, yeah, I have a clue on the Dawes Roll listed as this. I have another clue, like some old lady referring to the, you know, in a dickhead way, like, okay. But if you have any sense of the system, like if you're a real PhD student and you studied actually this system in place, you wouldn't even come to the, no, Africa has nothing to do with either one. But you see how it's like built into his head to look, it's like to look for Africa. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that bad. It's like, yeah, so is that it's bad scholarship. It's like, it's kind of like the corporate science.
Nefarious.
It's like the corporate
it's
science.
Bad scholarship. It's nefarious.
Yeah,
it's targeted and it's nefarious.
Yeah, it's pernicious and nefarious. Like it just creeps in. It's analogous to our corporate science, right? That you get, that has an agenda, and that's it. Once you realize how many these agendas exist, like again, look who's funding the universities. Like, there's no way a guy, I mean, I can't imagine what university you could be employed in respectfully and have a long-term career and stand up and start talking about this stuff and don't even think it's going to be at an HBCU, because those are all co-opted after the Civil War, created by the Rockefellers. I mean, again, follow the money. Like whoever's funding.
Oh, no. I've come in contact with several professors who know Black Indians exist, who know about the research, and they have said verbatim, we cannot come out with this. We need you guys to keep doing your independent research and keep compiling it, because if we ever came out with this, when we ever come out with this, the pressure from, this is the first time I heard this phrase. This professor said verbatim, the pressure from the academy is going to be overwhelming.
I mean, it's I mean, I feel like I don't want to be too judgmental. Like they want to make their money and preserve their careers, but you see how everybody takes the path of least resistance because you're on a money-based economy. Like the fix is in, guys. The point is like the fix was in about 300 years ago, and like we're all sitting here. Like at some point, it's like. That's why I like to study the indigenous civilizations, but how are you guys doing stuff before it all got mucked up? And you start seeing like how it's done. You're like, the only way you're going to get that is you got to there ain't no way they're not going to let that happen in this system. So that's a fact. Like, so that's what everybody's up against as this gets out. Like, so what are the implications for all this knowledge eventually? You know what I'm saying? Like, eventually, what are, maybe 20 years from now, like, what are we going to do about it? Because that's what it's going to come down to. We know how these guys operate. Pete Hegseth, Don Rumsfeld, Norman Schwarzkopf, those are knights, they're from the same families. Like, they're not giving it up easily. Think about, that's why they really would rather not even, because, they always want peace and friendship.
Hold on. We have to realize something, though. We have to realize something. There's two different kinds of professors. There's the professors I've come in contact with who say, hey, Mike, we know about it. We can't talk about it. Our livelihood will be at risk. We don't want to risk the bag. And I get that. Yeah. I can respect it to a degree. But then there's the other type. There's the professor. There's the professor like Claudio Sant, who this has nothing to do with your job. This has nothing to do with being a university professor at Georgia State, but you're going out of your way to write several books about American Indians, to reclassify American Indians. This is how, guys, I'm telling you, you would think this is a conspiracy. In the early 2000s, Claudio Sant was in the middle of a marketing wave where they were trying to convince us that Black Indians are Africans that mix with Native Americans. Check this out. At the same time he wrote that book, Reclassifying My Ancestor, he was a part of one of the most famous Black Indian documentaries to date. It was called Black Indian, An American Story. They had Tina Turner in it, James Earl Jones. They had a bunch of famous celebrities in it. And I wonder if we look at this Black Indian American Story documentary, I wonder if we see a familiar face somewhere. Whoa, I wonder if we can put a face to the name. First of all, let me show you how the PSYOPs works. Look at how they open up this documentary. Look at how they open it up.
For some Indians, identifying as Native or Black has become complicated due to the issue of slavery. For example, Cherokees...
And you know what? I apologize. This is some clip someone took on YouTube of the documentary. Let's go to the full documentary film. Hold on, y'all. It's on YouTube for free. Unless they didn't take it off since Mike's been exposing their ass. Check this out, y'all. If anybody wants to find it, here it is. Black Indians, An American Story with Tina Turner in 2004. And look how they open it up. Watch. It got James Earl Jones in the background with his deep-ass voice, Darth Vader, right? Watch this.
They are called Black Indians. And theirs is one of our great unknown American stories. To most Americans, they are a people without a valued or clear history.
Look at the PSYOPs. They got Mufasa up here narrating. They got the Lion King up here narrating with the deep voice. Look how they're trying to draw you in.
Feel the dream. Feel the dream.
Many prominent Americans throughout our past have shared this blended African and Native American ancestry.
Oh, I got it.
Right over you.
So this is a propaganda piece to convince us that Black Indians are a mixture of African and Indian. Oh,
yeah, man, it's that bad.
Maybe that's why if you keep watching the film, they'll do some interviews with some indigenous people and check out this Black Indian man. They have to call him African American / Mohawk / Blackfoot. See how he's African first, right? Here's another speaker, Dennis Hazard. See how he's an African American / Narragansett. See how he has to be an African first, right? This sister right here, Gabrielle West. She has to be African American / White Mountain Apache, right? Guys, it's a running theme. Richard, he's an African American / a Narragansett, right? But when we get to the complexion for protection, Pink Belly Linda is just a Wampanoag. Oh, and I wonder if we see a familiar face.
Before the Pilgrims came,
it's quite clear that from the first arrival, from the first time that Africans set foot in the Americas, they were intermingling with Native Americans.
Who's this, guys? Dr. Claudio fucking Sant, the same one who's reclassifying my ancestor. The first thing he says in this is it's very clear since the early days that Africans were mixing with natives.
It's the fix, man.
So now you see how the fix is in. This is in 2004. He writes the book on my ancestors in 2005, and he didn't think that 20 years later, his lineal descendant would come to challenge him.
I mean, University of Georgia, between the hedges.
Hey. Is it any surprise that this is what the academics at the University of Georgia do when we know that Georgia was founded as a buffer zone to help quell the Spanish so that the British can spread out and claim more dominion? I mean, I guess I'm not surprised that this is what the University of Georgia does. Okay. Okay. And what did I ask him for? What did I ask him for? Just an acknowledgement, copy of the book. I'll be on my way. And I couldn't even get that. But you know what? We're going to be wrapping up this broadcast in about 10 minutes, maybe 8 minutes. So if anybody has any questions for Handsome History, if anybody has any questions for me, go ahead and post them in the chat. We'll try to answer as many as we can. But guys, I share this personal history with my family and this racial reclassification and everything because I was just like you. I was born as an African American, believing that we come from Africa, but always hearing oral tradition in my family of indigenous roots. And then when I start to research American Indian culture, I find that that's synonymous with our culture and how I was raised along the river and canoes and going to the lakes. My father had a scholarship in college for lacrosse. When you learn that lacrosse is an indigenous ball game, I mean, you start connecting the dots. But I share all of this to say, if my famous Black indigenous ancestors being racially reclassified like this in modern day by a mainstream PhD holding academic, then what are they going to do to your ancestors? If my ancestor is the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation, is a tribal town king, listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian, what are they going to do to your ancestors who maybe don't have tribal citizenship, who've maybe been reclassified for centuries, absorbed into free people of color, mulatto, Negro, freedmen populations? I mean, guys, now you see why I have such vigor, such tenacity when it comes to this subject. You know, shout out to Dr. Adams in the TikTok chat. He was saying something earlier about how can he get access to the course. All you got to do is go to my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, click on the tab that says new course, and you can check it out. It's 50% off until the 1st of the month. This is 2 years in the making. This is the first course I've ever put together, 50 modules, each module a video, 10 to 20 minutes in length. So yeah, if any of you guys want a more compartmentalized, formulaic approach to learning this, definitely check it out. But yeah, I also saw some people. I also saw some people in the chat talking about how how they love our conversations. So somebody, I think it was Mud. They say y'all need to do a weekly show.
All right.
I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate it. Hey, this is how you guys can help me get Handsome History back for a weekly show. This is what you can do. If you're on TikTok, you find him on TikTok. You go follow him, Handsome History. If you're on YouTube, go follow him, Handsome History. I bet you if he wakes up in the morning and he sees that his subscriber count went up, then maybe that'll be even more motivation to come over here and come back to the cookout, okay? Y'all better go over there and subscribe. But yeah, while we wait to see if we have any questions, let me see. Yeah, Handsome History, I'm going to give you the floor. Go ahead and provide us some closing remarks
on your story, because again, it shows how the propaganda and how this works, right? I mean, so like Mike was saying, so imagine it's 1890 and they're coming out to your ancestors, you know what I mean? And yeah, they're label me whatever you want, please just don't, right? And then imagine, you know, now and they're writing the new history. I mean, who's going to oppose it? Who what, the freedman chief is going to, you know, no, so they start writing it at Harvard and they start writing it. You see it, you can read books, like you see a book from the 1880s afterwards, you see it like, wow, they're just making stuff up at this point about, you know, and so that's here we are 140 years later. And it's really only the last 20 years since us regular people through the internet. And for whatever reason, you want to talk about like an investigation I want to do is who allowed Google and Microsoft to go around the world and scan in all these books? Because I don't think they realized that they were going to be releasing a lot of information that had been buried in basement libraries at universities and castles and estates for like centuries. You know, really, I think it's odd. So here we are, and it's only because, so like if Michael couldn't actually see a printout or a record of the Dawes Roll, he would just be stuck on believing. See, they had such control of the information for all those, for like 100 years or more. And it's only because we're getting for some reason, this access to sources ourselves that we're even like really having these conversations. So that's how it can happen. That's why it is very believable that yes, they really told a story, started saying everybody's from Africa. Before that, they started, you know, there was a plan to start calling Indians Negro, like that. That's on purpose. Like they collaborate. Hey, this is our policy. I just want to say, as you're looking at stuff, the Catholics, the Protestant, They're ultimately in the same league, playing by the same rules. And what I like to say is they are honoring each other's checks. So everything we're reading about is between them is internecine warfare, like among the 32 NFL teams, so to speak. But they're all playing by the same NFL rules with the same NFL referees. You get my drift? So they're all doing all the stuff we've talked about, Catholic, various Protestant denominations, North or South America. They're all doing the hostage, and and this was all known. So then the question becomes, well, how come guys like, this historian and just really all the others I've never heard anybody talk about this hostaging system. And it's like literally like the normal. So yeah, they can, the lies are real and there's a way to do it. And, most people, once they're in a situation like a professor, how do you get promoted, right? You're not going to get promoted pushing against, what the corporations and the wealthy families that fund all these universities want you to say. Because then people start asking questions, and or that's already what's happening, right? That's already starting. So yeah, I mean, actually, I think it's just an interesting tidbit there. That's actually, I think, exactly shows what's been going on in this professor. I'm not, obviously he's not doing the right thing, but it also just shows like people stay in lockstep because they're they're either part of the team or it's a mix of being a real believer plus they want to protect their own personal money, right? And then they got them. They got all these guys. So I just want you to understand how, I don't want to say it's easy and simple what's gone on. I think it's actually very complex and it's very clever. I think Mike was using the word, right? It's pernicious, or it's like it just sort of crept up on everybody, right? And so I just want to that's all on that. But I just think that's a fascinating story because it encapsulates what we're talking about with the propaganda. I just wanted one thing to talk about real quick is I just want to emphasize the conversion and the spiritual warfare. I've been doing a lot more do deep dives on learning more about it, guys. I'm telling you, it might sound crazy, but I mean, it really looks like these guys were masterful at this. And yes, they it's like you combine targeted violence with this, pouring it on like we're like you. It's very
well,
simple.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
You're touching on a very profound topic. I think what we're going to have to do is when we do our next collab together, we'll make the topic on the spiritual warfare.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I know that what this right here is.
Wait, can I this? I can't.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna put this on the big screen.
Wait, what is? Oh, that's a dragon, right?
That's not just a dragon. What is it? Come on, I've seen you talk about it in your videos.
Wait, that's not
Waxacodal.
Oh yeah, Waxacodal. Yes.
Waxacodal. Yep.
Yeah, it's so it's there's crosses in Quebec, guys, like 1740s, and the Jesuits describing what he sees, and he says 15 by 15 foot wooden crosses along this ancient Indian highway leading up to the palace. Okay. And the Indians are so I'm imagining to myself, those were already there. But here's what's twisted to show you the conversion process already happened. I'm sure the Indians used to put like first fruits. They went hunting, right? You know what they're putting after like 20 years with the Jesuits in their minds? They're laying down nails. They're laying down like all the stuff about the death and the crucifixion and the violence. And they're putting roosters on top. Like, all
right, hold on. We have to end it there. Okay, I try to keep it under 59 minutes.
End it at that.
If you can, after we wrap up, hang out on StreamYard for a moment, and I'll debrief with you. But guys, make sure to check him out. Handsome History on TikTok, Handsome History on YouTube. He will be back. Check out the replays if you missed it. We did 3 broadcasts tonight, and we'll see you later.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Gather round. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've got an interesting broadcast in store for you this evening. Smash the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. I built it out with tons of genealogical resources for you to take advantage of. I've also launched my official course, the Hidden Heritage course. Make sure to check that out. Right now, it's half off until the 1st of the month. This course is 2 years in the making and jam-packed with tons of historical context, the things that they will never teach you in school, to say the least. Now, this is going to be part 2. If you didn't check out part 1, go to my YouTube channel. You can check out the replay, but this right here is going to be part 2. Tonight's broadcast is something that the establishment never wanted to see. A white American and a native Black American sitting side by side, comparing family heritage and genealogy, tracing the roots that history tried to keep divided. See, in the early days of colonization, there was a name for this kind of union. Oh, yes. There was definitely a name for this kind of union, guys. This is something that they feared. This is something that they wish would never come to fruition. You see, when a white settler left the rigid rules of Europe behind and joined with the local tribes, adopted their customs, their families, their way of life, they called it going native. It terrified the colonial elite because it meant that the so-called civilized man had discovered a deeper civilization already here. And after situations like Bacon's Rebellion, when Black Indians and poor white settlers joined forces against the British hierarchy, well, that fear became policy. The rulers saw the danger of unity, and they wrote laws to make sure it would never happen again. That's where segregation came from, anti-miscegenation laws come from, right? This is the idea that Blacks couldn't marry whites and that the races had to stay divided. It was never about purity. It was about control. It was about stopping alliances that could topple an empire built on stolen land, enslaved labor. Come on, let's talk about it. But here we are, generations later, and the truth still finds a way to rise. When we compare our genealogies, we start to realize how many of our ancestors crossed those manufactured lines. How many families already lived as one before the laws of separation were even written. Tonight's conversation is a living demonstration of what they fear most. People coming together, comparing notes, realizing the lies that built this nation's racial hierarchy. Because when we trace our roots, honestly, we see that the lines they drew were illusions. So let's take a good look. Let's take a good look at what happens when a white American and a native Black American strip away the propaganda, the paper genocide, the generational brainwashing. What truths will surface when we stop letting the system tell us who we are and start listening to the records, to the land, to the ancestors instead. So stay tuned, because tonight we're not debating history, we're correcting it. Now, for you guys who aren't privy to the last broadcast, for those that are not privy to the man that I'm going to bring up for the second time on my platform, he's on YouTube. He's also on TikTok. He goes by the stage name Handsome History. And you know what? I think I've got a snapshot of his YouTube channel somewhere so I can give you guys a visual if you're seeking his content. Here he is. I tell people all the time, this is your favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber, okay? My two favorite YouTubers got to be UBTV and Handsome History. I mean, there's not even a close second. Not even. But let's go ahead and bring up the man of the hour. Coming from the back to the front is Handsome History. How you doing, brother?
Hey, good to be here, Mike. Thank you. Good
Hey,
stuff.
I was hyping you up good, huh? Hype me up.
You're nervous. You're nervous. No pressure.
No, you good. So hey, before we get into comparing our family genealogy, let's just kind of put a nice capstone on our previous conversation. We were talking about how a lot of people have confusion over how Europeans were able to colonize the Americas, considering they were always outnumbered. But then you learn that they were coming over here, conducting reconnaissance, hostaging, kidnapping indigenous elites, forcing the conversion of many different tribes that would then spread out like a cancer and convert other indigenous communities. And then from there, we get racial reclassification, systematic segregation to keep the colonists away from the Indians. And what we were last touching on was the Reconstruction era, the freedmen, things of that nature. So why don't we just round out our thoughts on the freedmen? Can you explain to people what's the difference between, and I'm not sure if you even know the answer to this one. If not, I can fill in the gap. But are you familiar with the difference between freedmen of tribal territory and freedmen that remained in the Southeast?
I don't know if I know the difference between that. I know right after the war, Congress tried to force the tribe with the territory, right, to take freedmen on. And there's a whole rejection of that. Didn't want to, dilute their equity. Didn't want. Well, of course, this is where you see the Native American. It kind of exposes the divide. They didn't want these type of. It's a whole that part I'm aware of. But I'm not exactly sure. What the different labels mean.
Well, how's this? I believe that you are definitely a resident expert when it comes to, early stage of colonialism, especially, pre-Reconstruction era, but even, post-Reconstruction, during Reconstruction. So how about this? Let's share the workload a little bit. I'm going to enlighten the people on the freedmen of the tribal territory, the freedmen of the 5 civilized tribes, and then I'll pass the baton to you, and you can educate them about the freedmen who got reclassified by the Freedmen's Bureau.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and jump on into it. Okay. Now, a good way to break this down, I do this for a lot of my clients during these one-on-one genealogy consultations I provide. Let me actually bring up a whiteboard real quick. Let me bring up a little whiteboard. And again, I'm not going to steal his thunder. I will touch ever so slightly on the freedmen in the Southeast, just to kind of draw a simple comparison, but he's really going to expound upon that much more than I am. And you know what? Before I get into this, should I close that? No, it's fine. It's fine. Let me go ahead and bring up this whiteboard for everybody to see. Now, the first thing most people are not privy to is the fact that there are 2 different types of freedmen. Yes, I said it. There's 2 different types, and I can break it down for you like this. First type is going to be the freedmen of U.S. territory. Second type are going to be the freedmen of tribal territory. Well, some of you guys are probably thinking, well, what's the difference between U.S. territory and tribal territory? Geographically, not much. You might be in Louisiana, and some of the land is owned by the local indigenous tribe. The rest of the land is owned by the U.S. government. That's the difference between tribal territory, U.S. territory, for this example, right? Now let's start talking about some of the similarities between the freedmen of U.S. territory and the freedmen of tribal territory. First similarity, in U.S. territory, you did have some folks that were enslaved. And when they were freed, they're regarded as freedmen. Pretty self-explanatory. Nothing to see there, right? Same thing in tribal territory. You did have some folks that were enslaved. And when they got freed, they're regarded as freedmen. But here's the difference that most people don't understand. This is the nuance. In U.S. territory, there were also folks that were never enslaved, but they still get reclassified to freedmen. Perfect example. I had an elder lady hire me to trace her heritage a couple months ago. When I presented the results to her, I showed her a document where her ancestor had a labor contract negotiated through the Freedmen's Bureau. So this lady says to me, "Oh, Mike, my ancestor was a freedman, so he must have been a slave." Oh, and I see some people in the chat asking if this is a replay. There's not a replay. There's live TV, guys. Thank you for joining. She says to me, "Oh, my ancestor, he's a freedman, so he was a slave." I say, no. I then show her more documentation where her ancestors listed in the 1840 Louisiana census as a free person of color. Not only that, her ancestor owns plantations. Not only that, her ancestor owns slaves. But wait, there's more. I showed her the actual purchase agreement where her ancestor was purchasing slaves to grant them their freedom. It's called manumission. He would actually write in the contract, when this transaction is concluded, so-and-so is free and has the full protection of my family. But you see how she would assume that her ancestor was a slave because of this freedman classification. And guys, we had the same thing going on in tribal territory. You had Black indigenous folks, free people of color who were never enslaved. But when it came time to sign up on the Dawes rolls, they still got reclassified as a freedman. You see how that works? Now, let's go a little bit deeper with this. We talked about some similarities. Now let's talk about some differences, shall we? Here's some noticeable differences. The freedmen in U.S. territory, the freedmen who remained in the Southeast, they were promised, they were owed 40 acres and a mule. Right, guys? Never got it. Freedmen of tribal territory, the freedmen who walked the Trail of Tears, went to Oklahoma, they were promised 160 acres of land per person. Some of them received it, most of them got shorted and only received 40-acre land allotments. So to put it in simple terms, you can say the freedmen of tribal territory got their 40 acres, whereas the freedmen of U.S. territory did not. But here's the real comparison that we have to draw here. Whether you're talking about a freedman in U.S. territory or a freedman of tribal territory, these are both melanated indigenous people that are being systematically disenfranchised and racially reclassified. Here are the culprits. The freedmen in U.S. territory are being reclassified and systematically oppressed, wealth siphoned from the freedmen's bureau. I'm probably going to spell bureau wrong. That's one I really never have to spell. I definitely spelled that wrong. The Freedmen's Bureau. Also, the Freedmen's Bank, right? The freedmen of tribal territory, they get disenfranchised, wealth siphoned from who? The Dawes Commission. Let's get into it. Handsome history. I know this is not your area of expertise. Nope. Do you know how the Dawes Rule was created?
So I've just watched some videos on it. You know, I mean, again, it fits into what we're saying, right? So there's at some point, it's almost like, okay, we're done playing more games. We now dominate the whole country. So you're gonna either be forced to get onto a reservation, or we're gonna make you be a second. You know, we're gonna be a Black citizen, and of course, we all know it's already going on by that point, right? Right. So it's like, the setup's there, and at the same time they got the temperance movement, so they finish off slavery, create all this havoc, and then they go after the freedmen in the Southeast, not on the reservations, who go where? To the lowlands and the swamps to keep doing their thing, which also includes moonshine that they're using as currency, which they've been doing forever. So what is the temperance movement? That the same churches that were the anti-slavery guys are now the temperance guys, and they're going, that's the next war on the American Indian, because they're still out here making money doing this thing. It's not getting taxed, yada yada. I mean, it explains why Congress actually wrote 2 amendments just to deal with this. I mean, think about it for a second. Like, what's the big deal? It's just liquor, and they just made it legal again forever. So
most people don't know that the whole prohibition thing was an attack on us, because that was our methods of economy. That was our own economy outside of the U.S.
It was your cryptocurrency, guys. You were literally doing a second, your own currency system using the quality of the liquor and the size and all that. It's really fascinating. So it's like, well, that explains that too. Like, again, like you keep going through. Finally, I'm at a point where I'm like, so the history of the United States is the history of the undoing and rollback of the American Indian civilization, just like point by point, or policy by policy, or geography by, county by county, however you want to look at it. It's like literally
from taking the blueprint of our governmental structure. Many of the founding fathers were inspired by the Iroquois Confederacy,
but
right?
Like inversing it though, like taking everything that's here, but being so culturally and somehow like opposed to everything about it, that everything has to be the opposite. So it's like you guys had real decentralized, like rotational leadership. I've read up on it.
We have abundance. We have abundance. There's no such thing as scarcity.
Right. So So it's like, so you guys use the wetlands to work in a lot of your agriculture. They come in, you got to dry all that, and you got to clear you guys were horticulture was like, a lot of different crops.
California had the same thing, so they created thousands of dams in California to dam up the water. Yeah.
Right,
I'm born and raised in California, mind you.
Yeah.
Most of the recreational dams that are converted to lakes, they sit on top of indigenous settlements.
Yeah, it's sick, and you see that, and we're learning that about the Southeast too. So, they're doing stuff to just force people out. Yes, obviously this violence, but they're also like, every step of the way, it's like however the civilization was doing it before, whether it's crops, whether it's just look at the towns, man. Like it's just everything. Like it's like we're gonna do this opposite. Like they use water, we're gonna concrete and do roads everywhere. You know what I mean? Like they use horses, we're gonna kill them almost to extinction. And like everything is, it's just interesting.
Let's talk about extinction. One of the first trades that the British were doing over here was the fur trade. Yeah, one day I was smoking a joint. I was just thinking to myself, I said, damn, you know what? Why did they have to come over? Do they not have fur in Europe? I looked it up. No, they hunted it all to extinction.
Yeah, they keep doing it everywhere. So I've documented that, and I'll do a series on this. They did it with everybody knows the buffalo, but then the Florida panther, the black bears they ran down. I didn't know this. The turkey. Okay, but here's my favorite one: the sturgeon, the royal fish. These sturgeon were like hopping around the James River, the Mississippi, the Swanee River. They were caviar was like selling like gangbusters back there. To Mike's point, they'd already decimated it in England, and basically they couldn't kill. Like they were just raiding the cabinet here. Like it was just like, oh my God, they have everything, and we've already. It does come down to that. It starts looking like that's like what was going on. Like
yeah. Then. Now, again, the reason why I was giving this comparison with the whole Friedman thing is because most people have a misconception that the Dawes role was just like the tribes formally jotting down their tribal members. No, the Dawes role, the Dawes Commission is named after Henry Dawes. Who was Henry Dawes? A senator from Massachusetts. They essentially sent some white boy from Massachusetts to Oklahoma to pick and choose who's an Indian and who's not an Indian anymore.
And can I time out real quick? There's a Dawes in the story about the assassination. Like he's an early Virginian name. There's a Dawes, like there's a Madison doing the dirty work. So these names, guys, do, and you really get into it, you'll see them come up maybe every 30 feet. And I'm telling you, that's not coincidence, man. Okay, they're coming out of these corporations. They're coming out of these like dynasties. They are. That's real stuff. Sorry, I just had to put that out there. But Dawes,
no, you're fine. You're fine.
That wasn't their first strike.
Hold on just a second. You said something that really struck my interest here. I've never actually looked into how did his family come to the Americas. I never actually looked into the biography or the genealogy of Henry Dawes. I'm doing some preliminary research here. It looks like the Dawes family came from Kent, Suffolk, and Essex. Mm-hmm. It definitely is a prominent name. Many Dawes families in those areas were Puritan dissenters.
There you go, man. So that means they're of Iberian. They're the Iberian guys kicked out in the late 1400s. That's that group, the Calvinists and the Huguenots, and they're raising Cain.
Wait a minute. I hear you talk about Massachusetts Bay in your content. Yeah, it says here, genealogical records indicate that Henry L. Dawes' line descends from William Dawes, born 1605 in England. He immigrated to Massachusetts Bay around 1635, likely during the early wave of Puritan migration led by John Winthrop.
Right. And who did he marry when he was in New England and continue his line? Yeah, he married an Indian. I guarantee you, this is where it gets crazy bizarre. So who's the Dawes guy? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to start thinking this way, but you're like, you mean we could potentially have a situation where our own bloodlines are being used against us? Well, that's what these guys do. That's what they were doing. The British did that over in India. They did the same process. It's like, the process is you grab the elite children, and this is real stuff. This is with intent. It's not like, they figured it out as they went along. It just gets kind of weird now when you start thinking through some of this, like, whoa, it's like William Tecumseh Sherman is the guy they assigned to do the dirty work. And he's likely bloodline, at least mixed, it just really falls into place. You know, guys, it's tough. It's like, whoa, like, look at what they do. Like, this is, you know, it's like, it's vicious when you start to really look at it, like, see for what they're really
Oh
doing.
yeah, definitely. And see, a lot of people have never really looked into the history or the founding of Oklahoma and things of that nature. But guys, the whole reason why they came up with the Dawes Commission after they already moved them to Indian territory was because of this. The half-breeds sign away the land in the Southeast. They push them Oklahoma, Arkansas, under the guise, we're going to leave you alone. Not a white settler will step foot in your territory. It's finally yours. Just go east of the Mississippi, or excuse me, west of the Mississippi. You'll be fine. But guess what happened? A couple decades pass. Some settlers come over and they say to the U.S. government, you fucking idiots. You don't know the land we gave them is rich with oil?
Yeah, right.
So guess what they do? They first create the Curtis Act, which dissolves tribal governments. So now every tribe is basically a ward of the federal government yet again. Then they bring the Dawes Commission and the Dawes Roll, where they literally had European federal agents interrogating our ancestors in their homes, asking them a bunch of questions. How long you been a part of the tribe? Who's your daddy? Who's your mama? Do you speak the language? And if they didn't like how you looked or didn't like an answer to your question, then you got rejected and absorbed into other demographics such as colored, mulatto, Negro, black. Then if you got lucky enough to get placed on the Dawes Roll, well, if you failed the brown paper bag test, they placed you on a separate roll called a freedman roll. And matter of fact, guys, in order for me to really cement this next part, for me to really drive it home, I got to bring up the Dawes Roll for you guys to see. Check this out. If you look at the Dawes Roll, we're actually going to get into our family genealogy in a bit, and I'm going to show you an ancestor of mine that's on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Creek by blood, but I'm also going to start here by showing you an ancestor of mine that, as you can see, Pleasant Tobler, he's listed as a half-breed, a half-blood. His blood quantum is 1/2. Well, why is his blood quantum 1/2? Because this is what they did. If you were too dark-skinned, they place you on the freedman roll. And I'm not sure if you guys noticed something peculiar about this list we're looking at, but whether you're listed as a Creek freedman or a Choctaw freedman, or a Chickasaw freedman, or a Cherokee freedman. It doesn't matter the tribe. Notice everybody labeled as a freedman has a blank spot. This blank spot is the blood quantum category. They purposefully did not write the blood quantum of those they reclassified as a freedman. So when many people hear about the Creek freedman court case in the news, and they're like, I don't really know what this is about. Like some black Indians got kicked out of a tribe and they're trying to get back in the tribe. This is what happened. Let me demystify it for you. When the $5 Indians got control of my tribe in 1979, they changed our tribal constitution in the middle of the night. And this is what they changed it to. They said it's no longer good enough for you to have an ancestor on the Dawes Roll as part of the tribe for you to get tribal citizenship. That's no longer good enough. From here on out, your ancestor has to be listed on the Dawes Roll as part of the tribe, and they have to have a blood quantum recorded. So overnight, hundreds of thousands of black folks are kicked out of the Muskogee Creek Nation. Why? Because their ancestors were reclassified as freedmen, and they didn't have a blood quantum listed. And to this day, you see these Siberian Huskies on the res out in the plains talking about, you guys don't have the blood quantum, you don't have the Indian blood, without realizing blood quantum has nothing to do with your blood. They did not do a single blood test. They did not do a single DNA test. Your blood quantum is based on what the European Dawes Commission official classified your ancestors as.
Yeah. Yep.
It gets deep. So hopefully that demystifies the whole freedmen of the 5 civilized tribes. But now touch on the freedmen of the Southeast, because the freedmen of the Southeast, again, they get fucked by a different organization, the Freedmen Bureau. And the Freedmen Bureau, I believe, is responsible for like $2 trillion of generational wealth being siphoned from the indigenous black communities, right?
Well, I mean, that's basically what that bank did for sure, right? And then they use that to then take the land. So they, right, they liquidated, their cash, their investments, right? And then they basically burnt the titles and then made them go through the new system. And of course, you're not getting your land, right? Giving it to the white Methodist guy we brought in from Germany after the war, right? Basically. And, that's right. So 2 forms of wealth, taken care of. Reconstruction, it's one of those great words. I'm like, yeah, reconstruction. Exactly what were they reconstructing? I actually called them, it's America's unknown. It's the Reformation. You know, that's another word. They reformed the South into their new image, like the way they want it to be on this new system with the national currency, all this stuff. You know, this brings in the income tax. You know, this was all just part of it. And these freedmen were caught in the South, in the middle of it, and most of them, you know, by the time of, it sounds like after about 10 years, they're all through various, you know, mechanisms turned into sharecroppers, right? And then they have the black laws with stuff like if you don't have a job, that means you're loitering or whatever. Now they're putting you in prison.
Vagrancy laws, right?
Yeah, that all right. So you see, now it all makes sense. Like either you're on a reservation, or we're just gonna squeeze you down. And then why are they doing that? If you're just a bunch of poor slaves from Africa, like why all the hostility, right?
Thank you. I tell people all the time, if we were slaves from Africa, they would emancipate us. They would say, pay your taxes like a good citizen, and they would leave us the hell alone.
Or like the African countries have been like, yo, you guys have learned all these great skills. You're running the most productive agricultural system in the world at the time. So come over here and do it. Like,
are you familiar with Lincolnia?
Skilled labor on the market now. It's like, I mean, the whole thing only makes sense if you start to accept this one premise, and it's that 90% of them were the indigenous Indians, and they were enslaved in place, and that just explains so many other things. Make a lot more sense if you'll
you got to watch out now. You got to watch out, Mr. Handsome History. They're about to clip you up and make you go viral. White historian says 90% of Black Americans descend from indigenous tribes enslaved in place.
I mean,
I'm just teasing.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying it's just everything's just add up, including what happened in what we're discussing right now totally only makes sense given, you know, if what we're saying is correct. Like who are you guys? Yeah.
Well, I do have to ask you, are you familiar with Lincolnia or Isle of Ache?
I am not. No.
Oh, see, I get to drop some gems. Okay. My biggest joy on this earth is bringing new information to people, right? So this goes into the whole North good, South bad narrative, right? Abraham Lincoln did not give a damn about Black people. He's on record many a time saying if he can end the war and not free a single slave, he would. Matter of fact, you guys have to remember when he issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, he did not emancipate everybody in America. He specifically went after slaves held by Confederate states, neighboring states, border states, the North. If they still had slaves, they can keep them. He wasn't worried about it. Matter of fact, fun fact, the first time a United States president, hold on, y'all. I got to put myself on the big screen for this one, okay? The first time a United States president ever invited Black folks to the White House is when Abraham Lincoln invited 5 members of the colored church delegation to the White House to try to convince the rest of the free Blacks that they should voluntarily migrate to another country. He said, and I quote, "We suffer from being around you, and you suffer from being here. It is best for you to go elsewhere." He came up with something called colonization schemes. One of them is called Lincolnia. The other one is called Isle of Ache. He said, and I quote, "It is logistically impossible to send them back to Africa." Now you have to wonder if in the mid 1800s it's logistically impossible to send us to Africa. How the hell did they ship millions over here in the 1700s? Okay. So this was not a theory. He literally put this into play. He did experiments where he shipped recently freed Black folks, 500 of them, off to an island off the coast of Panama. It was called Isle of Ache or Cow Island. They were supposed to go there under the guise that they would work for some plantation owner and some coal mines for a few years for free. And afterwards, they would get their back pay and infrastructure to set up hospitals and schools and bullshit. Guess what? It ended in disaster. They got diseases. The owner of the land was some evil white dude that ended up like paying them in his own currency and doing a whole bunch of bullshit. And the U.S. Navy had to go out there and rescue them. Guys, I told you, I built out a digital archive with over 600 documents. Let me go into the vaults and bring one to the front. Rochester, January 22nd, 1852. This is Frederick Douglass's own newspaper, the North Star, I believe it was called. And he's talking about Lincoln's colonization scheme. Fun fact, when Lincoln invited those Black folks to the White House to convince them to convince other Blacks to go somewhere else, Frederick Douglass was not invited. Why? Because this is how Frederick Douglass spoke about Lincoln's schemes. He says, and I quote, There is no sentiment more universally entertained, nor more firmly held by the free colored people of the United States than that this is their own, their native land, and that here, for good or for evil, their destiny is to be wrought out. Identified with the entire history of the American people, going back more than 200 years, this sentiment is natural and praiseworthy. There is not now, there never has been, and we think there never will be any general desire on the part of our people to immigrate from this land to any other, and least of all, to the wilds of Africa. So if we're from Africa, why is this the sentiment our ancestors had towards Africa?
Yep.
But wait, there's more. In the archive, I got another newspaper clipping somewhere. This is from a Black doctor, J.R. Hawkins. I think this is early 1900s. Let me see if I can find this one real quick. I know I got to highlight it somewhere. I'm speed reading, y'all. Bear with me. Bear with me. So many receipts. So many receipts. And actually, I just added like 400 new receipts over the last couple of days. So that's why it's really hard for me to find this. Normally, I know where it's at. Hold up. Dr. J.R. Hawkins. He's talking about the lands that we own. Here he is. Here he is. Check this out. Early 1900s, Kansas City, Missouri. And this is this is the title of the article. Negro race has billions in U.S. property. Subtitle is Return of Colored People to Dark Continent is Impossible Owing to Material Progress Made by Them. It is announced. Now let's read what this Black doctor says in the early 1900s. Kansas City, Missouri. Disenfranchise the Negro and send him back to Africa? Absurd. Impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns in his own name in the United States, is not easily to be taken from him. Besides, the Negro is not an African. He is an American. African is a misnomer. Why try to send him to a country which is not his own? So again, this is how our ancestors were talking about Africa. Okay. If we were really from there, I think our ancestors would want to go back to the motherland. They would want to go back to Wakanda on the first thing smoking, right? Let's talk about it. Uh-oh, and I think I might have lost our guest. Are you still there?
Oh yeah, drinking water.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. You're good. But yeah, I'm assuming that these are your first time coming across Lincoln's colonization experiments, coming across these newspaper articles. So how does this aid to your research about Reconstruction now that you know that Lincoln was trying to convince us to voluntarily deport ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, it correlates to everything that I've seen, and at the same time, the British had these colonization societies that began in the mid 1800s. Always trying these schemes. And again, I just want to point out, this was all part of the propaganda about it all, guys. Like, this is all a concerted effort by a small group of people. They were known as like Protestants, Congregationalists, coming out of New England, the abolitionists. And I mean, they're just making up stuff left and right. I mean, they're calling you Africans. They're saying you're getting brutalized and beaten. They're saying, you're dumb, or you're lazy. I mean, they can't make up their minds. Like, man, you get the work done really quick, but then you're laying around rolling bones and spending money, and maybe you should be desperate like we make the white. See, it's almost, they start to get angry that you guys are, I mean, this is crazy to say, but you guys as slaves in the South, you had it better than like all the other dudes in this country that were just working. That's like what was really going on. And it was like making them angry. It was like making them angry.
Tell people all the time, the North tries to paint slavery
it's
as a terrible, terrible evil. And I'm not an advocate for slavery. What I tell people all the time is it was much more nuanced than you think. On my website, I've got ex-Indigenous slave interviews. Some of them talk about being kidnapped from their tribe, sent to Shreveport, Louisiana, sold to the plantation. Mama and daddy's fighting with the plantation owner, beats up his son. One of them has to leave, right? And then you've got some narratives where people are like, we didn't want for nothing. We were clothed, we were fed, we worked in harvest time. That was it, plant time, right?
Guys, there's legislation you could read it. In Louisiana, the slaves were guaranteed 280 pounds of pork per year, 2 new pairs of shoes. I mean, written into the law. So you don't even have that now for your job. You don't have one state legislator says, I don't care who you work for, but they got to get you 2 pairs of shoes, 300 pounds of bacon. You don't have that. Think about that for a second. There's a reason they had laws that if they manumitted a slave, they had like a week to get the hell out of the state and not come back. You want to know why? Because a lot of them tried coming back. because they went up. I got this one where the guy goes up to Philadelphia. He has to sneak back in and like go under the law, and the plantation owner lets him back on. And he's just like they're not nice in Philly. It's not. He's like this other system that they're using in the North, which we're all on now. He was just like,
no. Let's talk about that. The North was jealous of the successful system that the Confederates had, and also the fact that the Confederates were trying to expand into the Caribbean and make more slaveholding territories. So guess what? The North invades them, breaks it up, and steals the blueprint and uses it in their factories.
Yeah, guys, it's bad. Another great thing to look at is the Kansas, Missouri stuff. I've read up on Kansas. These Northerners were slick, man. They literally would raise capital, okay? Stockholder companies, buy a bunch of paupers, get them out into Kansas, like just like they did later after the Civil War. Just bring a bunch of peasants from Europe over and dump them in to just push the Indian, just a massive. And you're like, oh, everybody wanted slavery, including the working guy, because the working guy's like, I want that deal. I don't want that deal they have in the Northeast. So every time they allowed it to just become a vote, they always went slaves.
And when he says the working guy, he's saying that European workers were jealous of slaves because they had to work harder than the slaves. The slaves were getting clothed and fed and consistent employment. And guys, slavery is more nuanced than they tell you. In some situations, our ancestors are making money. They're allowed to have certain acreage of the land to cultivate their own crops and sell it at the market. Some of them contract out their labor. They leave the plantation, go work for someone else, and give a little tax to their master, right?
Yeah, guys, it's basically feudalism. They were still on the feudal system. So to get a sense of it, you can go read about medieval guilds and the medieval manners, and it's really
peasants,
like
serfs. Yep.
Yeah, and of course they've lied to us about that. Like they tell us, oh, everything was horrible until the Puritans came in and all this capitalism and there was communal sharing. It was like everybody was born.
And for anybody that doubts what we're saying, you gotta realize another thing. The whole lynching and the massacres and the KKK, that came after emancipation.
Right. Thank you.
That came after the Civil War. We weren't getting lynched and massacred like that. It was when they imported a bunch of new settlers and told them, listen, we'll give you land, we'll teach you how to farm the land, we'll create colleges for you, but you have to oppress these free Black indigenous people.
That's literally like, that was the plan. And like the corollary to that is the first Black laws are in the free states before the Civil War. Ohio, Michigan, as they bring them on, they all have the Black codes that the South then uses after they get conquered and the North takes them over. So what was the plan all along?
Look at these dates. Look at the dates of these massacres. It's all post-Civil War. Vicksburg, 1834. Tulsa, 1921. Theodukes, 1886. New Orleans, 1866. We weren't getting lynched and massacred until after freedom, after the North came to town and brought their buddies with them.
Man, you nailed it. And also the next thing on that, right, is why did they need to set you guys up in these missionary schools and convert you? I thought you were from Africa and I've been like, that just proves the point that you guys were still practicing, like you weren't even practicing Christianity, really. So think about that for a second, like they've hidden that as well. Or else why do they need to, after the fact, like you see what's going on here? That you weren't even really speaking much. Of course, you're probably still speaking the Hebrew. Like the whole thing starts to add up more. Like, oh, right. Like what? I thought you guys got Christianized, hundreds of years, the whole thing. But not these slaves.
And most of us don't understand the reason why some of us can't rid ourselves of Christianity is because it's rooted in our ancient indigenous spiritual system. They took it, flipped it upside down, and bastardized it. We already had the cross. We already had crosses. It represents the four directions.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, everything got, oh man, that's a whole nother.
We already had a great father who we thought breathed life into people.
Guys, Virginia, the colony of Virginia, which was like everything, including even New England at the beginning, that's named after Virgo, after your goddess mother of fertility. Like, so they literally were like, you imagine they're approaching Chief Powelton and they're like, oh, you're like the Virgo. And we have a mother, we have that. You see what they're doing? They're like, we have something similar. This is version 2.0, guys. Like, it's not really
we're
that.
sent from your God to tell you you're following the old ways and this is the new way. And guess what? The person who's telling you this, who's converting you, is being nice to you while their other friend is trying to kill you. So you're going to go with
get
the
your
good
land
cop.
through marriage. Or the game is on, man. These guys have done it before. They did it in Europe. They did it. So they're coming in, and this is all part of the plan. They know, hey, it's going to take 20 years, but we'll marry enough to get some land going. We'll hostage enough to have some of their 40 years after that, they won't even think of themselves as Indians. You know, like they've done it before. Nobody thinks they're a pagan from Europe anymore. Nobody identifies as pagan. Do you think they killed all of them, or did they do the same thing? It's all that's, you know what I mean? It was already happening before it even got here. Exact same processes. It's wild.
Absolutely. Most people don't get it. Most people. Well, hey, before we continue in the conversation, I want to allow the audience to ask any questions they have of you, since a lot of them are discovering you for the first time. Again, if you guys are watching on TikTok, you can find him on TikTok, Handsome History. If you're looking for him on YouTube, he's under the same stage name, Handsome History. I believe he has the same icon on YouTube and TikTok, so he should be easy to find. He's mostly a TikToker, it seems. Okay, he has quite a following on TikTok, but over on YouTube, y'all got to go subscribe to him and show him some love, because he drops a lot of gems.
I'll work more on that.
A lot of gems, right? But let me see if anybody in the audience has any questions. On TikTok, Dr. Adams says, what about the Melungeon folks?
Okay, so I haven't like really focused on them per se, but adjacent to them are the Moravians in the Moravian settlements, which is actually the Wachovia tract, which would have had a lot of so-called Melungeons, you know, after the fact. The story of the Moravian church in that area is the story of the missionaries coming in after Indian removal, the Yamasee Tuscarora warriors, when they show up there. And what are they doing? They're taking the orphans. So they're taking the orphans. They're going to become English citizens. Okay. Then they're doing the deal with, you know, getting elite to convert. Hey, if you convert, you won't have to worry about these new white settlers. We'll protect you. You see what's going on? So that's what leads to they get a 99,000 tract of land from the Lord Proprietors de Carteret, who I mentioned earlier. De Carterets go all the way back to Knights Templar in the 1200s. So this is who we're dealing with. So just keep in mind who the chiefs we're dealing with. They're dealing with some big time, powerful people coming over here is what I'm getting at, right? So that's adjacent to Melungeon. I feel like a lot of, therefore, the Melungeons are the converted Indians. And you got the Moravians running around, and they're doing it since like the early 1700s. And that was like one of their areas of focus was that region. And a lot of Cherokees I know are in that denomination. That's
you know, but real quick, I'm seeing I'm seeing a lot of people spamming a question.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, hold on real quick. I see a lot of people spamming the same question on TikTok as well as on YouTube. The folks want to know, when did you wake up to this knowledge? How long have you known that Black people were actually?
Oh man, that's a great question. Okay, that's a question I've never even thought. That's an interesting. Wow, that's what people are. That's interesting. Listen, that in particular,
you have to realize. Hold on. You have to realize it's not every day that we get a Caucasian historian affirming that Black folks descend from indigenous people.
Well, so I've always loved history. It's something even in like academics I was good at. So I knew, like, okay, this is a bunch of rich dudes taking it. Like, I got all that. But did I catch on that the slaves might be? No way. So when I'm coming back into this, like about 3 years ago, I'm listening to guys like Carmito. He reads a lot of just old books. They used to be honest about it, really, in the 1700s. So I was like, no way. So then and so I think it was about 2 years ago when I was finally like, man, it's just all adding up. Like things make more sense. And for me, as like sort of a data guy, what really sealed it for me was that the most that they could produce in terms of importing African slaves at this point is like 330,000 over 200 years. So all that other stuff is just internal slave trade that they're talking about when they describe stuff. That's all it really is. They're taking Indians that they displaced in the north and send them down to whatever along the coast. That explains all that. And it's like, yeah, okay, so where do these guys come from? Well, I mean, at this point, like, you know, come on, this is dumb. Obviously, they're the guys that are already here. Like, come on. You know,
Wait, hold on. Time out though. Time out though. We have to make sure people understand.
Yeah.
A slave trade did occur, though. You know, I'm a genealogist. I do genealogy on behalf of hundreds of Black Americans, and I found a client who had an ancestor who was trafficked as a slave. I found the manifest for the ship, and guess where the ship was leaving, and guess where the ship was going to. The ship was leaving Savannah, Georgia, going to Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah, guys, I'm telling you. And here's the next thing: the real big slave trade that needs to get is the reverse slave trade. So they're hostaging these kids. They're writing insurance policies on Indians that they're shipping into Seville. Because how do you think that they start to learn to do all this fantastic gardening like Versailles in the 1650s and the Sun King? He's literally copying the Mississippian. Europeans didn't do all this stuff before. So obviously after 150 years, they're starting to begin to copy. How are they? Because they've been taking elite youth over there, okay? And they've been training them in their universities and they become professors of this. That's really what happens. That's why I'm convinced that's why you see the Renaissance, Cabal, all this stuff happens only after the Europeans spend a little bit of time.
The Europeans discover so much advanced agriculture, architecture, mathematics, Freemasonic lodges, all this stuff. Napoleon discovers the Egyptian pyramids, all after being up and down the Mississippi River Valley.
Like, yeah, and I haven't, so I can't like say 98%. All I can say is it's really looking to me like, like Da Vinci, like who are these guys? Where is this knowledge all of a sudden really coming from, right? And I think they're taking it and they have to like re-encode it for their own group, right? And then, you know, this is what goes on. But once you so that prove, not to prove, but I'll just say this: there are corporate documents, guys, where European banks are writing key person insurance on the reverse slave trade on indigenous Indians because they've already coded them by job code over the previous century. They've been getting all this information on all your roots, on all your. They had it down. All right. And if this guy was like a root guy or medicinal guy, they wrote an insurance in case he got sick on the boat and died. You guys were super valuable cargo. And it's proven by the way the corporations were accounting for you. It's wild. And it's just like, dude, you can't. And then what they would do is they had to hide you as coming from the Americas. Because remember, you're the people of God a lot of times. They kept changing the rules, right? How they're going to treat you. But there were certain times where it's like, well, you can't enslave it. So guess what?
Hold on, real quick. It's funny that you say we were people in God because most people don't understand. Yeah, that's where the term Indian comes from. It wasn't because Columbus thought he was in India. It's because they called us una de los indios, people in God.
Right. And again, I just want to tell people, if you're not in the history that much, people have been really smart like we are today for a long, long time. So anytime you're hearing something like Christopher Columbus showed up and didn't know where he was, you just can't believe that. Like, he's an expert admiral, guys. So, you know, those, just so you understand, like the world has been run very complicated the way we run it now for like thousands of years. Okay. It really has been. They've been accounting for everything.
And it gets deep, and it only gets deeper. I mean, a lot of people in the chat are asking about Moors and stuff. I mean, he took Moorish vassals with him to lead him to the New World. The year he set sail, the Alhambra Edict, kicking the Jews and the Moors out, right?
But who are these Iberians that know how to speak with the Indians? Or maybe the reverse slave trade's already occurred, and what he's actually bringing back is, these are all converted Indians that have a Spanish name, and they're Catholic, and they're bringing them back, and they're speaking to their people. Doesn't that make more sense?
That's why the European factions.
Come on.
That's why the European factions would call some of the indigenous people blackamoors or say they looked like Moors. My tribe, the Creek, we're actually known in our tribal regalia to wear
like copying you guys with the
like turbans and things of that nature. Yeah. Turbans. And people think that comes from the Middle East. Nah.
Right. It's all, I mean, I want to say 100% reversed, but it's incredible to me how much is literally, I believe, the facts, the most accurate understanding of reality is what I'll call the truth, right? I think this is a way more accurate way to understand what really happened than what we are told. And it's almost always like you got to reverse what they're saying. It's that wild, but that's the pattern. But yeah, again, that doesn't you see that here's the reverse slave trade. Like, how do you account for this? How do you account for their writing insurance on you guys? How do you account for all this new knowledge starts coming out into Europe? Louis the 14th, the Sun King, Versailles, like that's all copying Natchez Sun King ritual. It's wild. So what's going on?
And you guys have to change your perspective and realize we were not living in teepees, roaming with the buffalo, scalping people. That was the plains natives that migrated from Asia. That's what Mongolians do. They roam with the animals and move with the seasons.
Tengrism is Mongolian. Yeah, Thunderbird's Mongolian. That's all. You see that in the comics.
We had agriculture, we had civilization, we had mounds, earthen pyramids. They said that our cities rivaled London.
Guys, yes. And I don't focus on this, but when I'm doing my readings, I'm telling you guys, I come across stuff where the Jesuit missionaries talking about castles in Quebec in like 1720, and there's only 20 Jesuits there, guys. So who built the castle? So they actually will reveal a lot in passing in some of these older books, but they're not going to.
You said something.
Paragraph pointing it out.
You said something in a recent video. You said something about how they basically bought a college or a building from a local indigenous tribe and used that as a conversion center, right?
That happens in Virginia. It's either William and Mary or it's one of those colleges, because it literally says like we're putting together the funds to purchase the 11,000 acre estate to put our hostage. So they're discussing, do we want to put them in our universities in England and hostage them their whole lives? Oh, you know what? It's cheaper, and it might be a little better with the Indian nobles if they have their children around. They can come visit. So we'll go ahead and buy.
Look it up. Harvard University and many other Ivy League institutions started as Indian conversion schools.
They're all hostaging and converting them, guys, and that is what's going on, and it's in mass. So just do a little bit of math. So you got 13 colonies, and they do that to 1,000 elite Indians a year intake, and they do that for 100 years. That's 13,000 a year, 100 years. That's a lot of converted elite bloodline who are on Team Yankee. That's why they come up with that term, Yankee. They're the unconverted are literally saying, like Blackhawk. I'll just say, someone at this, Blackhawk has a statement. He says, they didn't scalp us. They poisoned our hearts. And he's getting at, like, they used a little bit of greed, because you know what they're offering, right? They're going, hey, man, we're going to make you wealthier than anything. You just got to help us displace a few guys. Yeah, some of the mass.
We'll give you some guns. We'll give you some advanced technology. Yeah.
It's almost like, oh my God, this is like right out of the Bible. Like, what in the hell is going? Like I start thinking, did they write this up? Is this the script? You know, am I like, you know, like what is this? You know, yeah. Like I'm offering you all the, you know, you have to know that had to be the type of conversations they're having with them, right? And they're saying, oh, by the way, they asked Powhatan's son. Powhatan asked his son, I told you to count the number of people. How are they? Why didn't you count them? Where's the notch stick? And he's like, there's too many for the notch. He says, what do you mean? He says, they are like locusts.
Well, hold on. Time. Most people aren't understanding what you're saying. Let's break it down. Chief Powhatan, I believe the father of Pocahontas as well. Yeah. He had a son who was hostage sent to Europe, just like Pocahontas was sent to Europe. When the son was sent to Europe, Powhatan agreed to send him there on a secret mission. Take this stick and take notches and let us know how many of them are over in their land. Oh, yeah, he goes over there. He's brought to a high tower, and when he comes back, he's asked how many are there, and he's I couldn't count them. They're like, look, they're everywhere. No trees, no nature, just these stone buildings and castles and fields everywhere.
It's like, if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, it's like Saruman's domain. You know, it's like all these orcs and it's all industrialized and there's smoke everywhere. That's what the kid's looking at. He's looking at that going, but
that's
they're like
one,
locusts. You know, they're breeding and they're going to send them over. So that's in like 1620, guys. So think about that for a second. Like when we're thinking about the calculus, the power dynamics, when they're looking at, you know, a few hundred desperate colonists, and they're like, we could take, you know, but they keep coming, and now we know they're going to keep coming, and so maybe you start to think that you're being pragmatic, right? You know what I'm saying? Yep. And then off we go.
You know what? Real quick, I see someone in TikTok saying, tell us about the World's Fair theory. We were already touching on that without naming it the World's Fair theory. Basically, the World's Fair theory, in my knowledge, is that a lot of these World's Fairs at the time were meant to advertise to Europeans, we've got land, we've got infrastructure, come over here, start selling. But also it was a way to hide the architecture, the infrastructure, and then demolish it all under the guise of these were temporary and now the fair is over, so we're going to destroy them. But you have to ask yourselves, if all these structures were temporary, why do some of them still stand to this day? Go to San Francisco. There's certain buildings, certain museums that they claim were built during the World's Fair. A lot of city halls, a lot of churches, things of this nature. They claim that Europeans came over and just built all this majestic castle-like structures.
Right.
Hey, again, the Spanish are much more open, much more honest. The Spanish admit to the castles and the vast cities of Montezuma. And guess what? There's so much cultural parallel between the indigenous people of the Southeast and the people of Central and South America and the Caribbean. So you telling me the folks in South America built these pyramids and built these castles and cities, and we didn't have that in the Southeast as well, but they've got that in South America? What?
Right. Well, on the World's Fair, I agree. Like I don't quite, I can't feel like 100% that's what was going on. They but yeah, it seems like there's no way those were fake buildings. I still just don't quite get exactly what their point was. But I will say this, what I've learned from books, reading about experiences at the World Fair, is there's a whole bunch of scientists presenting archaeology, saying America is the old world, that the current Indians that we're calling Negroes and all that. So what's really wild is that all the stuff that we're talking about right now, where we're supposedly being shocking right now, was like in the conventional space. I mean, if they're talking about this in the World's Fair, that would be like us talking about this on CNN right now. Are you going to see that happen anytime soon? No. So think about, wow, what a big difference in eras and what's politically correct, what's taboo, right? I'm just letting you know. One other thing on that. You can read great stories about so-called slaves where it gives you, again, that they're Indians. And this one, he's like a Georgia slave, and they take him to London, right? He's hostage. He's got to go there. But he sees a World's Fair there, and it's called like a crystal ice palace. And it's just amazing. And it's like, it says there's all these pipes, and it's sprouting out mist. And I'm like, what? When did they build this? I'm just telling you guys, there are just lots of books out there on Google, World's Fair descriptions. Another area to look at if you're interested in that, guys, where you got to look at the clues. What they're not saying is there's a lot of books about when they would take over a city. They would have some guy write a book, like they'll literally document like the first, like they're sweeping the streets, where you're like, so there were streets already there, okay, and then it might say something like they consecrated, they dedicated the Capitol. They don't say they built it. They also don't say they're designing it. They're saying that they chose a building and designated it the Capitol. I mean, it's actually there, is what I'm trying to get at. And you can find these books. It's really boring stuff unless you're looking for these clues. But they'll describe St. Louis. They'll describe Cincinnati. They'll describe that they're, they had their first election, and you can. The
Spanish called the Southeast La Florida, and in the Spanish map, they clearly depict castles and forts and settlements all along all of the major river tributaries.
Oh, of course.
Right?
Again, it's just you guys. It's amazing how much is written down especially by the missionaries in the 1700s. It starts they don't talk about as much in the 1800s, but yes, always big castles, big like I think of as like mansions. And also one more thing, a lot of I would say there's a lot more Stonehenge, unusually large like stone formations,
megalithic structures.
It's like kind of weird. It's like, whoa, I didn't know that. Like, what are we getting at? Like that they
hold on. I'm looking at the time. I try to keep these under 59 minutes. Are you available for maybe 30-40 more minutes just to close out our conversation on the next broadcast?
People have questions and stuff. I love talking about
it. Perfect. I already sent you an email with the new link. Guys, don't go anywhere. When this broadcast ends, it's going to push you into the next one. We'll be right back. And make sure to check them out on YouTube and TikTok. Handsome History.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Ah, boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know, it's real funny. It's real funny how, well, the truth always finds a way to the surface, no matter how many centuries they try to bury it. For years, Black Americans have been told that we're Africans. We've been told this by Europeans, by Plains natives, by Pan-Africans. I mean, everybody has a concerted effort to try to convince us that we are from Africa, that we were dragged here in the belly of a slave boat from the coast of West Africa. I mean, I'm not sure why, but I know you've noticed everybody seems to have a vested interest in telling us who we are. Historians as well. And when you really get into it, these folks have just been swallowed by the same colonial lies that we've been fighting to undo. Everybody wants to dictate our origin story as if we don't have our own oral traditions, our own genealogies, our own sacred memories, written in blood, bone, and earth. They mock us. They call us pretendians, wabos, lost people searching for an identity. But now, when a white historian comes forward and admits what we've been saying all along, that Black Americans are not the descendants of Africans, but the living descendants of the indigenous tribes of the Americas, well, suddenly the room gets quiet. Suddenly, everybody who told us to trust the science, to take a DNA test, to listen to the experts, well, now they don't have anything to say. For generations, they've tried to erase us from our own homeland through paper genocide, through reclassification, through the lie of African importation. They ignored the records, the censuses, the rolls, the journals of explorers who described dark-skinned, wool-haired native people across the Southeast, the Caribbean, and beyond. They've dismissed the archaeology, the mounds, the artifacts, the art that clearly shows our image carved in stone. They've discredited the genealogy, the family records that trace back to Creek, Choctaw, Yamasee, Washita, Wale, Catawba, towns long before a slave ship ever touched these shores. And yet, here we are, standing on the same soil, bearing the same surnames, speaking the same languages, keeping the same traditions. And now, even their own scholars are confirming it. That's the part that stings, because when we say it's a conspiracy, when we say that we're indigenous to this land, it's cue the X-Files themes. I mean, it's a vast conspiracy. But when a white man says it, it's groundbreaking research. And we have to tip our hats to the allies in the struggle, because now that we have members of their own community speaking truth to power, I mean, what excuse will they make? What excuse will they have now that one of their own echoes the same truth that we've carried for centuries? Will they finally admit that maybe, just maybe, the so-called African American is the reclassified Indian of the Americas? Or will they twist themselves into more academic gymnastics, trying to explain away what's right in front of their eyes? See, this isn't about validation. We don't need anybody to confirm who we are. We've always known. But when we hear members of our apparent opposition echoing the same sentiment, I mean, damn it if that isn't speaking truth to power. Damn it if that isn't proof of how powerful the movement has become. So powerful that even folks on the outside can no longer deny it. So tonight, Tonight, I want every Native Black American listening to remember this. We're not lost. We're not confused. We're not having an identity crisis. We're not pretending we are the original people of this land, the mound builders, the farmers, the warriors, the ones who survived reclassification. Our ancestors' bones are the foundation of this continent, and no amount of denial can change that. They try to write us out of history, but now even their own historians are writing us back in. So welcome to the age of revelation. The truth is no longer hidden, and it's coming straight from their own mouths. Now, smash the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Check out the website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. I built it out with tons of historical resources, and you can always connect with me one-on-one through the website if you need assistance with genealogy. I've also just launched the Hidden Heritage course. That is 2 years in the making. Right now, I'm running a 50% promo until the first of the month. So again, check that out. But guys, we've got to touch on who our honored guest is. You see, I came across him maybe 3 months ago. He was on another channel. I think it was called the Autochthon Network or Aboriginal. I'm not sure exactly, but I came across his information, and he was speaking to something that most of us are unaware of, and that's really the blueprint, the formulaic blueprint that European colonizers use when it comes to taking over our land. You see, most of us here in history schools that, the Europeans came as pilgrims, as meek settlers, and unbeknownst to them, they brought some diseases, and most of the Indians died, and then, they got pushed to Oklahoma into this discussion, right? But you see, there was actually centuries leading up to Indian removal, 1830s. And this guy, this man, he has a YouTube channel as well as a TikTok. He goes by Handsome History, and he's the only one that I've seen break down in detail the formulaic plan of imperial colonization, really from like 1500s all the way up to Reconstruction. That's the part that I'm not really an expert on, guys. I'm going to be frank. As an American Indian myself, I know a lot about the history, especially when it comes to post-Reconstruction, racial reclassification, Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, all that. But when we talk about groups like the Lord's Proprietors, when we talk about different Christian denominations who seem to come over here bearing the cross in friendship, well, in actuality, we'll learn tonight that these different forms of religion were really tools of subjugation. But before I bring up our honored guest, I think it's only right for me to get you acquainted with some of his content. So again, you can check him out on YouTube, Handsome History. He's also on TikTok under the same name. And let me just play one of his videos so that you guys can get a good little intro into what he discusses. Here we go.
These were descendants of Aboriginal Indians that had been in the Americas. Most of the slaves were descendants of Aboriginal Indians that had been in the Americas for probably 10,000 years or more. The 1892 World's Fair in Chicago has a white tea European scientist claiming this exact theory. First of all, the scientist, Mr. Smith, spent a year in Colorado and inside what we now call the Grand Canyon. He excavated. He brought mummies to the fair, and I quote, "They were better maintained and preserved than the mummies in Egypt," unquote. Then he goes into the point that all the scientists today recognize that the inhabitants of these dwellings predated the historic man and that their descendants were still with us. This is a European scientist, now in America, 1892. These facts established, let's take a look at what earlier writers who had traveled to America, usually as missionaries, wrote about their experiences with the Aboriginal Indians. So you might ask, well, what happened to them? Well, first of all, many of them, millions of them are still here, and they've been reclassified as Negroes and African Americans who were brought over in the slave trade from Africa. Let's take a look at this book written in 1791. This was a missionary involved with more northern Mississippian Indians, would have been up against the Great Lakes. And he discusses how early on, like way back, 1400s, 1500s, the intermarriage begins between Europeans who, most of them were dark-skinned or many of them were Moors, but they begin to intermarry with the Indians. And then what it says is, like, when the English would defeat the French in their wars, they would enslave the Indians that were fighting on the side of the French. Now, what did that mean? Here's what you need to understand. When the English would beat the French or the French would beat the English, they were both using Aboriginal Indians as the muscle, as the fighters. So if the English beat the French, they would simply they wouldn't take them anywhere. They would just enslave the Aboriginals in place in the villages that they already lived in the towns they already built, and on the farmland that they were already producing on for thousands of years. They wouldn't move them anywhere. This 1791 writer goes on to say that at that point in the 1790s, he makes the case that most of your Indians in America are actually mixed European. Now, I think he's way off there. He's talking about your elite, and that's where you have the formation of these Native American tribes or the takeover of Aboriginal tribes by these mixed Native American elite. Very, very critical to always distinguish between the elite and the masses. Important to emphasize that this was what I call enslavement in place. In other words, your town, your region of a tribe lost battles, and you just started working for the winners. You did the same work, only now you had to provide 10 or 20% of the agricultural production to them, to the so-called masters. And believe me, this was a very normal practice for thousands of years. So with this understanding, what was going on in the southeastern United States at the time of the Civil War makes a lot more sense. They simply renamed them and relabeled them as Negroes and then African Americans and blacks as the new regime took over. Most of that relabeling occurs after the Civil War. It's a takeover after the Civil War. And this is the social and economic system that Americans live with today. Handsome history out. Most of the slaves were...
All right, so hopefully that gives you a nice little introduction into the type of hidden history that he expounds upon. I mean, I'm pretty well researched, but I think he's the first one that I heard use the term enslavement in place. Makes perfect sense, right? Why import people from the other side of the world and teach them how to farm crops indigenous to the Americas when you can take local indigenous communities that you're displacing and beating in armed conflicts and have them lend their agricultural know-how to you and your corporation. Yeah, reclassification, that's right. But guys, again, make sure to check him out. Handsome History on YouTube as well as on TikTok. And without further ado, here's the man of the hour. How you doing?
Hi, Michael. Well, that's a lot of pressure. Yeah.
No pressure, no pressure.
For me, I just come at it just a little on myself. I got into this seriously a couple years ago. Actually, I was listening to, various people really from the indigenous community that would be maybe reading old books the first, I'm a big historian. I got, went to college, got master's degrees. I know how to do research is my point, but I never did it on this topic. So I know how to be methodical and like tell a story in an academic sense. So I want to just start looking into this myself because I've always loved American history, so to speak. And I didn't, listen to these other guys, and kind of made me, as I was reading, question what I was reading, and then start to dig deeper, go, man, I don't think these guys are joking. Like, all right, wait a second. Like, I'm finding my own sources, I'm looking in legislation from the South. I'm looking in legislation from colonial New England. You find slavery legislation in Europe, and I'm like, wow, wait, there's a whole system to this. There's a whole bunch of laws to this. There's actually like, you start going, wow, like, wait a second, like, this is a whole different, maybe, story than like we're told. So that's sort of how it started, actually listening to, just because I enjoy history. And I was like, man, these guys are talking about maybe America being the old world. And now I totally am down with that. I'm like, this totally makes sense. I got the whole, like, I'm like, I get it now. But it's like funny at first. It's like, okay, I guess for a guy like me, it's not so much, and I'm sure a lot of it's indoctrination, but it's also just like, when you're making a claim that goes against like the supposed, convention and everybody's research that already supposedly, right? Like we all assume, right, that the scientist or the historian, right, that we can trust them, right? And so when somebody then, right, comes out with a theory that's upending the old theory, it's kind of like, well, you better come with some evidence, right? That's just human nature. Like if you're saying, I mean, obviously what we're talking about here is the irony is that, the revision already happened, right? The revision, right, in the unscientific part is what I consider what happens after the Civil War. And, with all this especially. Yeah, so once I sort of got into that and I was like, hey, this is what you're supposed to do. Look to, sort of nullify hypotheses, right? Like if you really want to get into something and it's like, okay, I'm starting to see some things that look like, the story we've been told about slavery isn't what it is. And then that starts to lead into the, where do they come from? I start doing the numbers and I'm like, at some point, even the convention now is down to less than 400,000 Africans brought over. And I'm like, well, that's over a 200-year period. So that's not even like 200 Africans a year. And if they were getting so mistreated on the way, probably only 3/4 of them survive. I start doing some math and I'm like, play around with AI. And there's like no way to get from that to 4 million slaves and free people of color at the time of the Civil War. Like it doesn't, there's no way that would make any sense. It would have been like 5 times faster reproduction rate, and these are the guys supposedly being famished and beaten, So it's like the whole story stops just like not making sense. Like you keep looking at another part of it and you're like, oh, okay, that's actually not what happened. And I went from everything I found, judicial reviews. I mean, so I'm like, well, are there laws about, what do you know? Slaves had standing in court.
Black people are online saying that they're indigenous and there's laws on the books to reclassify indigenous people as black and Negro and colored.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just a lot like we're just, and then, so the funny thing is what I come to realize is, a lot of it's written down. It's actually not hidden. It's just that the history profession, and that's a whole story. But in terms of like the, legislation, corporate sources, even you get into stuff the church missionaries are willing, they were documenting everything. These are all, corporations. I just want to put that to like, everything's a corporation. Okay. It's a form of a corporation, the church, the Anti-Slavery Society, the colonial company, each of our state governments, they're trust corporations, and they're all in some form or fashion, like trying to, make money or grow wealth and all that. Maybe not particularly the church, but the church has the same guys on its board that are also on the board at the local bank, and they're fun. You know what I mean? Like you see what I'm saying? So that's also a big thing that I discovered. Is like, man, you got to stop talking about nations and you got to stop talking about religions per se and races and all that at this point. Because what these cats do is they just incorporate everything. Everything's an incorporation. And that's just something I'd like to put out there too as I was getting through this. But yeah, that's kind of how I got to it. That's kind of where I come from on it. And like I said, I wasn't even really looking in this topic. It was really studying. I really started out to focus on the Lord proprietors. Yeah, that was actually the start. So.
Okay. Well, so you come from an academic background. You have a master's. I'm sure your master's is probably not in American Indian history or anything, but no. You're doing your own independent research on the Lord's proprietors, and that kind of leads you into learning about the rest of colonialism and American Indian history. For those watching right now that have never heard of the Lord's proprietors, who would you say these folks are, and why are they so important?
Okay, so I'll just tell you to get you interested in them is they're knights. Okay, these still have the knightly orders at this time, and they might have not. They're not the Templars anymore, but they're now the stockholders in the rulers of these corporations, and they literally call each other knights still in their corporate, their memorandums and stuff. And they actually come to Virginia and Plymouth in armor. They always talk about the conquistadors. If you grow up in America, they never tell you about the armored knights showing up with dogs of war as well in America. And they did it, the whole thing. They're all doing it. Okay. So that's the first thing that it's just like, man, the Lord, you got these guys, the Lord proprietors, and that's who they really are. I would also say they are kingmakers. Okay. So one that I really love to follow is the Descartes family and the Cravens. They're both big in the South, North and South Carolina. The Carterets go back to the 1200s, Templar locations in Normandy, but they're kingmakers. They're the guys that protected and restored Prince Charles, who became King Charles II in the English Civil War. So he's a protector of the House of Stuart on the island of Jersey. He protects him against all that invasion by the Protestants. That's how powerful, and his reward is all this stuff, all this land in the Americas, just to tie it down. So
I see. When you said the Cartier family?
Yeah, Descartes, yep. Or Cartier.
Okay. Does that have any relation to the modern brand Cartier?
Yeah, so those are the type of things I'm looking into. I don't have a specific one to that, but I have them involved in. We have one that was the CEO of an investment bank in the 90s. Another was an admiral in Normandy and also in Hong Kong when China opened up. We got they still are in the Isle of Jersey in the English Channel. They actually manage like a ton of money. Like they're basically an offshore island, and this family's been there for 800 years now, or whatever, on the record. They're still going strong, and they're legit. You can see their family names in different companies right now.
And the reason I asked that question is because in my research, I found that certain families, like the Hilton family, they're actually rooted in colonialism and displacing indigenous populations. But nowadays, it's just a hotel brand, right?
Right. Well, so you mentioned hotels. So hotels comes from like hosting, which actually comes from hosting elites. So the elites, after part of treaties, right? And this isn't just colony in America, this is worldwide. They would host each other's like valuable people, family members, right? That's hostaging, right? That is also with the Templars. Their temples were also hotels. So they're the original bankers, and they have hotels. And of course, you got to wonder why we have Hyatt and Hilton. That's two of the big H's, right? And even in that industry, I haven't researched that, but it wouldn't surprise me. Okay. So anyhow, you understand hosting hotel. Well, here in America, one of the major ways they converted and added to the settler class and created more not Indian, but English citizens is through hostaging. And straight up beginning as early as 1620 in Virginia, around the same. I mean, every one of your early books that they even write by their own churches would write. They're telling you this is what they were doing. So it's not like this is hidden by the people that did it weren't hiding what they did. Like after the Civil War.
Let's slow down for a moment. Let's slow down for just a moment, because you mentioned hostaging. And unfortunately, for a lot of the people watching this right now, for a lot of people who are going to be watching the replay, that word doesn't strike as much as a resonance as it should. Can we dive deeper into hostaging? Because like how in Europe,
it's important to distinguish. So this is another problem with American history is that every black person is a slave. Like, if you're in a bad situation, you're a slave, right? They just call everybody a slave. And no, this stuff really meant something. So, to be a hostage, there was laws around hostaging, and it typically applied to the elite. So what happened, I'll give you just in Virginia. Early on, it starts that they're sitting around already. So they would raid a village. The way it begins is they raid the village, steal some kids. That's the beginning of it. By the time I get to, I think it's about 1620 in Virginia. So they've been there about 15 years. They keep pushing, right? These guys are persistent. They keep coming back. They're having conversations about putting up money to pay for reverends and to pay Chief Powhatan for the 11,000 acre university they're going to take over to host all these Indian children. So by that time already, they've so much converted, negotiated, intimidated. Just all of this is going on that they're literally talking about hundreds at that point of the elite's children, age 2 to 7, going through this hostaging, what they'll call the apprentice system. And they pop out at age 21 with all the rights of Englishmen, as long as they're in the Americas. And so they're putting them on the books as an Englishman.
And when we talk about Chief Powhatan, I believe that's the father of Pocahontas?
Yes.
And Pocahontas was taken as a hostage, eventually passes in Europe, right?
Right. There's a lot of myth about it, but even in the myth and literature, they're telling you a lot of truth in it. Her story is just kind of, she supposedly, daddy, don't kill him or whatever. I think that's like whatever. But what's really interesting is they do send people. Yes, they do hostage him, and there's a great part in the story in the poem, so to speak. It's not her, it's another. It's actually Powhatan's son. I think his name was Nimontac, and he did go over there, and they literally take him up into the Tower of London. You go, that's the tower where they're going to chop your head off the next day. You see what they were doing to these kids? So they're taking him up there. And so, and he's describing the poem like he peered around, and Powhatan said, "Hey, I sent you with, you're supposed to notch the sticks." Which now I realize those are Roman numerals. So you see, everything's hijacked. I'm like, wait, Roman numerals?
Oh, hold on.
I'm like, anyhow,
let me attempt to simplify this and connect the dots for those who are struggling to follow along.
Oh, sorry.
So when we talk about hostaging, a lot of people know hostaging as kidnapping someone, holding them for ransom.
Oh, right.
They absolutely did that in early days of colonialism. For example, De Soto, when he's going all throughout the Southeast, he would take his mercenaries, which were basically like some SEAL Team 6 type motherfuckers, and they would come in as if they were friendly with the tribe or something, and they would quickly take the chief and put him in chains and hold a knife to his head and say, "Look, you're going to be our hostage, and you're going to safely get us to the next territory. You'll be our translator. You'll be our guide." And you're saying that perhaps the Europeans modeled that playbook to a degree, but the Europeans do it differently, because the Europeans, I find, don't just take your daughter, take your son in exchange for corn and things of that nature, but they seem to have a conversion hostaging system where we're going to take your child, Christianize them, turn them into a nice little white English settler on the inside, and then bring them back amongst your tribe to convert the rest of your community.
I mean, it's hard to believe, but as once you start to look for it, there's way more sources that really tell you that. But if you haven't been taught that framework, you'll read it and not get it. You know what I mean? So like what I mean by that is somebody maybe living in 1850 reading the same book will totally get it, but we don't get it because of, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have been really indoctrinated and told a whole whatever story that hadn't happened yet. So once you kind of can key in, I mean, you just said it. So that's what goes on, guys. And it's literally, they're doing two things. They're now labeled that. So here's the first relabel. They're getting labeled now as an English citizen. And guess what? They didn't get redeployed. They become the missionaries. They become the Bureau of Indian Affairs guys. They become anybody basically, your traders, your fur traders. So this whole thing is like, they try to make it sound like dudes from Europe came over and a whole bunch of them really learned how to do all that stuff. And like, that's not how it works, man. This stuff is complicated. So even the way they tell that, this guy was French. Now you got to even question a lot of that. What we'll call a guy French who was born Indian, got hostage at 2 or 3, came through the Catholic Jesuit system, pops out, and he's now labeled a French colonist. And now when they're writing about him, they'll call him by his new name, and they'll call him French. You can catch them in lies sometimes because they might mention he was an Indian, or they'll describe him as having, the Hawkeye look or copper color. And that's where they're cluing you in that this is a hostage, converted, turned Indian. And once you start to key in on it, you start seeing it everywhere. You see it in the military. I see it in George Washington. I see it in William Tecumseh Sherman. And you can track like these, they always get assigned to very powerful people so they can get groomed. And I don't mean it like in the weird way it's become, but like, they're getting the best tutors. They're it's in Europe, they call it the ministerialis. That was the golden chains of like elite slavery, or what hostaging. And just to tie to one more thing, and I'll get off of this subject, but a lot of us have seen that picture. It's like King George the First, I think it is. And he has these 2 dark-skinned men behind him. And it's always been, oh, who are those guys? These Turks. And it's like, they're elite Ottomans. They had fought the Ottomans for the Austrians. And those were simply a picture of exactly what we're talking about. So they didn't come over here and like, we're going to do this special for the American Indian. They came over here and they already had a process. It's also a process they practice within Europe. When you read about them going against pagans, ask yourself who the pagans really were. They have a lot of similar economic systems to the indigenous American Indian system. So what was really going on there? And, they converted them in the same way, just like Mike was saying. And these are the knights. You know what I mean? The knights, this is the knight's tactic. You know, they are special operators. They do this hostaging. They get a little hook and right. They give and take, right? You know, this is what they've been doing. This is their process.
You know what? This reminds me of something. Someone asked me the question the other day. They were like, "Well, Mike, like, how did the Europeans take over our entire continent if we outnumber them so greatly?" And I try to explain to this person that you're thinking of it wrong. You're thinking as if they sent a military force to the shores of our army, and then we outnumbered them significantly, and we went to equal armed combat, and somehow they still got the upper hand.
Right?
Absolutely not. They came over here on some ancient CIA type stuff to where, as he was saying, they would take hundreds or even thousands of indigenous people from the East Coast, the Southeast, send them to Europe, convert them, Christianize them, Europeanize them, and then they put them in their communities as agent provocateurs, and through these agents, they have control of the tribe. Just like a lot of Black Americans will understand the reference if we talk about the Boule. When we talk about the Boule and all these folks who have part European, part American Indian heritage, but they're on code with the Europeans, naming all their institutions African this, African that, trying to rename you as an African American. Why do they do that? Because these are the people that descend from hostage bloodlines.
Man, right on.
Let's get into it.
And all this starts to fit, right? So then it's like, okay, so that's how they're handling the elite. And then the working middle class guys, the operators, right? Your engineers, right? That they're enslaved in place. And now we also know they get moved around within the Americas. We know there's a slave trade, an internal one. But ideally, let's think about it. These are corporations taking over. Like, their low cost way of doing this is just keep doing what you're doing, man. Just send us more of the product. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's what they're after, right? And that's literally comes through in the books, especially about the Virginia colony. I mean, these Europeans don't know nothing about farming. They're not even trying. So then that's their behavior for at least 40 years, the first 40 years up and down the East Coast. So the question becomes, well, who was providing them the food? Okay, were they going over? You see, then all of a sudden it gets
Europeans are coming here trying to establish colonies.
Yeah,
they don't know how to cultivate. They don't know how to grow the simplest of things, such as corn. So they rely on the indigenous communities, do bad business with the indigenous communities, and that's what leads to destruction of certain colonies like Roanoke, right?
Yeah, right. So you see the fights, but they quell. So, okay, so we talked hostage and we talked slavery. Let's talk assassination. So you get in detail in the Powhatans. You got to get going around 1610. It's 1623, though. The Powhatans like decimate the Jamestown colony. By decimate, I mean they take them down. Just to show you guys how small potatoes this all is. From 1600 to 1200 colonists. So as of like 1623, after almost 20 years there, they've managed to get about 1,200 Europeans there doing whatever the heck they're doing, guys. So that brings back the question, well, how in the heck is this still going on? How are they staying in the ball game, right? Well, it's also called assassinations. So I'm reading this book, and it's like the corporate charters, the corporate notes between each other. And it's literally, note this, it's August 23rd, 1623. It's assassination night. And you got guys like the ancestor of James Madison involved. You got other big names, and they're all, like we just said, these are knights, these are special operators, and it literally lists Madison's knocking off this tribal leader, Jones is nailing this guy. They go out, they do their thing, they go back out, they get like 3 more. They kill 12 chiefs like in that time. They go on and nail a few more like a year later. So you got to understand, like, that's what starts to happen. They start decapitating what they call, you got to kill off the elites and the ancients and the priests. The Puritans knew how to do that. There's this famous speech. They're sending Lord of War, Lord Delaware. So Delaware is actually Normandy, De la War. They literally send the guy whose position title is the Lord of War to come to the Virginia colony in 1610 and start laying down the law in Virginia, as he already did up north. And in this speech, the guy's basically, he's laying it out, guys. He basically says, we're going to go over there and enslave them in their own fields. He's just saying like the game plan. And then he says it like this. He goes, we're going to show them the fear of the Lord. So we're going to introduce them to this new God spell, and he even calls it a ghost spell, and he spells it with 2 L's. So back then it was still like spelled. Literally, they're calling it the God spell in the Puritan language. Okay.
And this is who the state of Delaware is officially named after, right?
It's absolutely named after. He had already been up there like 5 years earlier and knocked some heads, and like, oh yeah. So he's a big time like Lord Proprietor type guy. He's ancient. He's got to be like he's from Normandy, like Carter.
And for anybody who wants a more allegorical take on individuals like the Lord's Proprietor, a good fictional example I like to give people is watch the new Dune movies. That's basically the blueprint of American Indian colonialism. Frank Herbert, the writer, was actually inspired by colonialism in certain aspects. So when you see a Duke of Arrakis coming over here to be a steward over an indigenous people in a foreign land to extract the resources for the empire and da-da-da. Guys, this is a similar blueprint.
Yes, it's like right. So it is they've done it before, right? So it's like so they do this. So basically, they got assassinated. So I just want to put that out there that people realize like it's like targeted violence, very targeted, like effective violence, high payoff violence combined with this hostaging, right? And then at the same time, you got the missionary going, well, let me help you make a best of a bad situation, boss. Like they've traded horrible options, right? And the missionary is the better option maybe because he's like, hey man, if you guys convert, we'll take it easier on you, right? We can work out a deal. We'll protect, all this. This is how it starts.
No. Let's put that in more simple terms.
Okay.
The knights in shining armor and the religious faction combine to play good cop, bad cop. First, you come through butchering people, putting heads on spikes. Then we come through and say, look, we're doing this because your God is really the devil, and there's a new gospel and there's a new way of doing things. And if you come and convert to our Christianity, then we can save you from this evil guy's killing you and raping your woman. So now you get the different tactics being played, right?
Yeah. And that's the psyop, right? So, they're like I said, like you got to ask, like they never sent 100 ships over thousands of men, right? So you ask yourself, like, how does 600 men that, it just shows how valuable it was to take out the elites. Like, obviously in the indigenous civilization, right, there was more like, obviously just like they studied you, like they knew like, hey, everybody, there's just more influence or whatever. So there has to be something that happens over time between the hostaging, like, people are being promoted, they don't have the experience. You know what I mean? Just think about it a little bit, like 20, 30 years of all this upending and discombobulation. And okay, I'll convert. Like, what the hell just happened? Like, it started so small, right? Like, how did it go from this to that? Like, in like 40 years, by 1650, they're in what's the little Williamsburg. Okay, I'm going to do a deep dive video on this. This is the first treaty with the power. It's bad, and but it writes it all out, guys. It says you guys are now to stay on this big reservation and pay us tribute. Now, then you got to ask yourself, well, that means they didn't all go on this line. So already you have Indians that didn't go within the reservation. So that means the Indians that stayed are either going to be slaves or, guys, they're actually English citizens because they went through that system of hostaging we talked about. You got a whole thing going on here, like.
And it's interesting you mentioned Williamsburg. I'm not sure if this is the same Williamsburg, but on my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, I've curated a digital archive with over 600 documents. And in one of these sections, I've got fugitive Indian slave ads. And one of these slave ads is from Williamsburg. Actually, Prince Williams, June 1st, 1776, $10 reward. Run away from the subscriber on his journey from Williamsburg on the 11th of May near King William County, a mulatto servant man named John Newton, about 20 years of age, an Indian by birth.
There you go. 21. So he's finished his apprenticeship. It looks like he might have left like a year early. What age you can see what's going on there, right? That's it. I mean,
first they classify him as a mulatto, and then later you learn, oh no, that's an Indian.
But we're also realizing mulatto means he's also an Englishman. Like he's gonna become an Englishman once he finishes that apprenticeship. That's how much they're gonna bury the Indian in him. Like so his kids aren't even thinking like I'm an Englishman. Everybody, I got the rights of an Englishman. They took me away from that whole society. That hostage, they took them away.
That's probably how we have individuals like Crispus Attucks, famous Black Indigenous man, first martyr of the Boston Massacre. Well, how is he a free Indigenous man sailing and stuff? He had to have come through that hostaging system, right?
Yeah. And it also explains he's not from Africa. Like to have all these skills here in the Americas to wheel and deal, negotiate, raise military support for you. What do you mean how does that show me that? So almost all these so-called slavery votes now make a lot more sense if you agree with, hey, these are just the locals enslaved in place. Well, the locals know their way around. They know how to communicate. They got an intelligence network. All of a sudden, okay, this makes sense that they could do some of this complicated revolt stuff that goes on.
Oh wait, hold on. But the indigenous people that are too warlike, that are too rebellious, they don't get enslaved in place. Their women and children do, but the warriors get shipped to the Caribbean, to a different colony, or shipped to South America, or shipped to Central America, right?
Right. But here's the other one we're not thinking of. Then there's the indigenous who don't go off the program and just keep moving west. So when I'm reading about Tecumseh, one of his main chiefs is a third generation Delaware Lenape. Okay, he kept moving. So here's what gets really wild at this point. Now you kind of know what are the four sources of indigenous American Indians? Well, there's 4 or 5 categories at this point, but it's important to know what they are because it helps you interpret like any story that you're reading,
and real quick, for anybody who's not familiar with Tecumseh, correct me if I'm wrong, but guys, you should look him up. He tried to lead a pan-indigenous movement against European settlement and expansion, and now it makes sense to me why he was so open to a pan-indigenous movement, because there were so many indigenous people displaced from other areas, and they've got to form this coalition to give a last stand.
Okay, yeah, and that's okay. I'm gonna circle right back to that because this leads to Tecumseh's time. There's actually a statement made by one of his Chief Blackhawk that gets to what we're talking about. But I'm gonna take you back east earlier. You have these things, we talked about conversion, all that. Guys, we're talking mass conversion. In New England, they call them the praying villages. What does that imply? That implied entire Indian villages had converted, and then that included clearing the land. So to become good English Christians, right? There's things you do. That's the fencing. That's everything in the squares. That's monoculture. That's what they had to do to become truly English and come under the so-called protection of the English. I know it's wild. Like, wait, why are they putting themselves in? That just gets into the psychological aspect. I think obviously the duress, but I just think they were a decimated people. I think a lot had gone on way before 1492, and we're looking at people that are worn down. I think there's a lot more to it, right? So here come these guys, right, who are knights.
What I think may be the missing link in my research, what I think is the missing link is first and foremost, I've learned that the Spanish way more forthright. The Spanish are way more open and honest about Black indigenous communities, about the architecture, about how vast their culture and civilization were. The Spanish are massacring people, still in the goals, sending it to Spain. They didn't really see a reason to lie and hide the fact of all these Black. They literally call us negros de terras, Blacks of this land. And they would call the African slaves they brought over negros de Guinea, Blacks of Africa. They knew who was who and was which. But this is something that a lot of people got to understand. While the Spanish are so open and so honest, I mean, the other European factions that would come 100 years later, they're the opposite. Why are they the opposite? Because at a certain point in time, they realize they want to stay for good. They don't want to just do a trading post or a little colony. They want to stay and make this New England, New Amsterdam, so on and so forth. And if these folks are rebelling and resisting, then how do we prevent future conflict? Well, not just enslaving them, not just reclassifying them, but we have to re-educate them. We have to outlaw them reading and them writing, and then through generations we can convince them, matter of fact, you come from Africa, so why don't we send you back to Africa? Wink, wink.
Oh, I mean, right. So the education, the indoctrination is real. And again, it starts early, right? So if you already have, after 40, 60 years, a whole generations of elite Indians like bought into the system, they're actually the new missionaries going west, converting the other Indian village, don't you see? And then the colonists that do come over, of course, they're marrying all the women they can to get access to the property title. So that's what's really going on. All your elite Europeans aren't bringing European women over.
Hold on. To touch on that for a moment, because that's a big difference that I see between the Spanish and the other Europeans that would come later. The Spanish are mostly into extracting the riches, right? Whereas I see, especially the Scottish Highlanders, since the 1500s, they're coming into the Southeast and interbreeding with indigenous tribes to get in position of power and favorable trade terms. And you guys can actually look this up. Every single one of the 5 civilized tribes that had an Indian chief that signed away the tribe's land, that resulted in the tribe walking the Trail of Tears, every single one was a half-breed with a Scottish father and an indigenous mother.
Yeah, and I just want to say it's actually way more system. It's like everybody was doing. That's what I'm telling you. George Washington, I guarantee you, he's mixed blood. All those guys that are founders, like the question becomes like, well, who did their granddad mate with over here? Because there's no record. They weren't bringing over. Number one, you got to remember they work for these big corporations. You know, it makes them valuable marrying an Indian elite woman to get property. So that was part of their requirement. Okay, so once you kind of
I tell people all the time.
Yeah, it's you.
Real quick, I tell people all the time. I have some genealogy clients, and we do find that they have ancestors that were enslaved. And I explain to them all the time: just because they're enslaved does not mean they came from Africa. What vested interests would a plantation owner have with having a baby with an African slave?
Right.
Zero, zilch, nada. The best thing someone will say to me is, well, they'll have a baby with them so that's like another worker. Well, that's a long-term investment. You got to wait till they're 16 or 17. That makes zero sense. But now if we put the shoe on the other foot and we say, what benefit does a plantation owner have having a baby with a local indigenous woman? Well, now maybe she can convince her local tribe to come live and work on his plantation. Now their child can be used as a half-breed agent provocateur to sign treaties.
Yeah. Right. So at some point it must become almost overwhelming. Like everybody's wheeling and dealing. So I just want to bring one guy because man, by 1760 I've been reading this book where it's literally Indian horse traders. They're just chiefs, and this guy's a European from the House of Hanover, and they're like, they're really negotiating the contracts, and it's like everybody knows the language, everybody knows finance, everybody knows what's going on. This is by like 1760 in the Southeast. So already by then the changeover, all those generations of conversions and this hostaging, and it had its effect. It had its effect. Even if you had continued to go west, if you wanted to do business and trade, well, you're going to trade with your old Indian converted buddy. And I just want to say something on that. I figured out that that's the origin of the real term Yankee. Yankee is Algonquin Yankee. Yankee was foreigner, right? It just so happens that all the foreigners that were coming over from England. So people go, oh, it means no, it means foreigner. So guess what? Every Indian that converts, every Indian village, they start calling them Yangese villages, Yankees. So who are the Yankees? When you are at 1776, the Yankees are the descendants of the mix in the, not even mix, just convert. If you convert, there's no need to mix. There's not enough Europeans to even mix with in all this time. Think about it. We're just talking converted white Englishmen on the books as Englishmen and good Christians since 1640, and we're at 1770, 130 years later. And you're telling me that's not who's throwing the tea in the harbor, and they look like Indians?
At one point in time, I thought it was a psyops. I thought that they were dressing as Indians during the Boston Tea Party to put the blame on the Indians and create division between the British and the Indians. But when you do the research, you find that there were already generations of hostage Indians intermixed with Europeans, that by the time you get a few generations of this, they're kind of indistinguishable from a European.
Right. So everything we're saying, see, all these puzzle pieces fit a lot better now, right? Yeah, I mean, now how about who are the free people of color? Are they entrepreneurial African slaves from the jungle who came over here with capital? Or are they operator experts at whatever here in the Americas who got a land deal, playing the capitalist game and are doing their thing? And how come the free states don't want to let them in? Do they not want to let them in because they're poor and stupid and low price labor? Or do they not want to let them in because they'll fucking take over? Everything makes more sense when you accept that it's mostly indigenous that were enslaved in place, add in the conversion, and it's just, the whole story's horrible, but it happened, you got to put it, this is decades in the making, but it works. And you got, by 1700, you got grandsons of, and they're Englishmen in Virginia. They're English, who is Robert E. Lee really? Who is Light Horse Harry Lee really? They're Indians.
And see, I tell people all the time, I'm glad you brought up the free people of color.
There's nobody else around.
I'm really glad that you brought up the free people of color phenomenon, because in my research as a genealogist, I find in the 1600s, the 1700s, we've got census records with so many free people of color listed. And I tell my audience all the time, if we're supposed to believe that all Black people come from West Africa, what cruise ship was bringing free Africans over here?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What cruise ship was bringing free Africans to come over here and live in the U.S. and get businesses and all this? Why? Wait, hold on. Let's take it deeper. Let's segue into what was really going on during Confederate slavery, because when folks start connecting the dots on the Freedmen's Bureau, the Freedmen Bank, you have to ask yourself, if these folks are working for free, how do they have so much land and so much money that they need their own bank for the U.S. government to siphon their funds?
What? Right. Why do they need a bank? Right. Like that, and that's my approach to all these guys, by the way. Like, I don't try to be academic, because that's like a con game to play by those rules. So I play by like a set of rules as if I'm in like maybe a civil court case, and I gotta prosecute you. And if I can prove it beyond a good high probability. That's like this. O.J. Simpson won his criminal case, but he lost his civil case. There's a lower proof. Yep. So my point being, don't sit here and tell me I got to go find 100 sources to prove this. They need to find 100 sources showing us all the slaves they brought over, and then I'll go find 100 sources to prove what I'm talking about. You get what I'm saying? So we're talking about being like an investigator, looking at the blood splatter, looking at the crime scene, and let's use some logic and experience, and let's put this together and say this is the most likely explanation of what was going on 90% of the time. I'm not saying there were no African slaves, but
Real quick, I see a comment on TikTok. Someone says, "Where's the Black Canadian tribes at?" Well, you have to stop and think about this. Well, if melanated Black, for lack of better terms, if Black people are the indigenous tribes of the Americas originally, and we have the lay of the land, why would we want to live in frigid ass Alaska or Canada? Wouldn't we want to live in the prime real estate, the lush rainforest, the canopies, the southeast? I mean, why would the Asians that they say migrated across the Bering Strait? Those folks set up shop in the land that we allow them to. The south western plains, the Nevada desert, Utah desert, New Mexico, Alaska, Canada. That's where they're allowed to roam. And when they encroached on our land, we had armed conflicts. They're even depicted in pyramids on hieroglyphs across the Americas. Yep. So you got to understand why these folks have such vitriol for us to this day. They remember our ancestors putting foot to ass, and I'm not talking about the recent ones that were Buffalo soldiers forcing them to the reservations.
Right. Yeah. Right. I mean, there's a whole. Okay, so you want me to go after the freedmen now first, or?
Oh yeah. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, because here's another puzzle piece. So the Freedmen's Bank and all that. Let's remember they set this up after the war. Now the first thing is like, well, who are all these ex-Black slaves, right? Who have property titles that the Freedmen's Bank wants, have all this cash. This is what's going on. So that's the first thing that makes you go hum about slavery and the nature of it, right? But here's the thing: it's a total bait and switch. So they basically want to set up a bank to get them to provide all this information. They didn't have this information on who owned what were the boundaries of the different lands, right? This is all the type of archives that I'm sure still exist.
So we saved them time and effort because they didn't have to survey the land. We surveyed it for them by giving them our titles and deeds.
Right. And now they know who to go after, right? So now it's after the war, right? And so that's the first thing that's going on. And then they start the whole, they start the whole thing of basically using those deposits and loaning them to like the railroad companies and all this stock. And they make a bunch of money but then like two of them go bankrupt and they don't pay back the bank. And then the bank just literally like closes its doors like the next day, like they physically close the doors. And then they have a bunch of fires at all the banks. This is like in the conventional history, they admit all this. And like all those titles that the African slave somehow grinded out. Doesn't it all make more sense now that the indigenous enslaved, right? Put those titles in there, they got burned. This is the official story, okay? So there's a total strategic play. Again, what was that war about? It was about going after the last remaining indigenous in place, lodged in there, running a different type of economy. Remember the Civil War, prior to the Civil War, 5 Southern banks stiff-armed the European banks on their loans. They send the sheriff out to the Louisiana plantation and he just turns right back around. So you have to understand, in the minds of all these big banks, that's going on in the back of their heads over the decades. And they're looking at it going, we got this whole continent. We're like right there, right? It's just these guys. They're not paying their debts. They're not on our title system. They don't want to use a national currency. There's all this stuff that's not right in their mind. That's why they're going after it. They got to dislodge these experts. These guys have been on the land forever, and it required a gigantic war. That is the war, man. Like, that's a war that I've estimated cost 43% of their GDP every year for 4 years. Okay, that
And
war.
for those that aren't familiar with that, the Civil War cost the Union, like in today's currency, like trillions and trillions of dollars. And guess what? They still were getting their ass whooped and had to rely on U.S. colored troops and folks self-emancipating from the South to come win the war for them.
Oh, right. And so a lot of those colored troops are, again, the German Hessians. They pulled 120,000 Germans in with that money. Okay, so again, you have to ask yourself, like, why would they go through all this effort, create the biggest war debt? Like, the amount of debt, guys, is equivalent to, like, if they spent like 5 times what they spent on Iraq over 20 years, only they spent that in 4 years. So you get what I'm trying to say? Like, that's how intense it was. That's worse than World War II is what I'm trying to get. Like, that's more intensity, more death, quicker in a shorter time, more money spent.
I've been trying to explain to people as if
it was nuts.
To put it in proper context, I tell people this is the true First World War, when these several different European factions came over here to colonize our continent.
Union, yes, there's all this advice,
and they're occupying us to this day.
Guys, you have Bourbon princes hanging out at the first Union battle on the Union side. Like, what is going on here? Yeah, this is wild. So again, doesn't it make more sense, even that war, right? And then when you look at the Freedmen's Bank and how they displaced, they took all, so that's how they displaced them after that, right? Oh, we lost your title. Now you got to go through this process. And of course, in the new process, the judge, they have the setup now. Now you got the Methodist judge in there in the new county. And now can't have your you don't count. Like, this is when they began to really displace the remaining Indians, literally during Reconstruction, and then they're turning them into the sharecroppers, right? And one more thing, because you can find this stuff, guys, Indian Bureau notes, reports, agents wrote notes, okay? Here's one more thing on that. They would go around and see who the good farmers were, and it was always the black guys, right? the freedmen, right? And then they would see who was good, and they'd say, okay, you guys take this land, but you got to start paying taxes in dollars in like 18 months. And then all the white guys are bringing in all these, again, they don't know what they're doing. There's like, you guys get this land and you got 20 years to figure it out. And they'd actually like force, like, so-called freemen get paid to train the white guys how to farm, but they didn't have to ever pay that dollar tax for 20 years. But you're telling me, like, so who are the expert operators and all this? Like, again, they like literally were like, even with all this, they're like getting a hold of land and they're getting it going. And they're like, okay.
Well, hold on. For replay value, I try to keep these live streams under the 59-minute mark. Guys, don't worry. As soon as the stream ends, it's going to automatically redirect you into the next one. We're going to do 1 more hour of content so that we can finish out our thoughts and everything. But for the folks who aren't going to be following us to the next broadcast, if you had a message, if you were invited to the proverbial cookout and you can have a message for Native Black Americans, we're putting you on the spot. What you got for it?
Okay, it's called a barbecue, right? Like, what would I be? I would say, man, look into this, look into conversion. Like, really take a look at that when I'm talking about in all these churches, and like, because I'm sure you guys have family history and whatever. So I would really look harder at that, like what really went on there. And I would also just look into the fact that you actually had, if you're in the South, like that slave system. I mean, a lot of you guys were not maybe the plantation masters, but you were part owners. That explains the matriarchs being so powerful. Who were the matriarchs, right? They had right? Like, of course. So things, make a lot more sense. And I would just relook at the Southern slavery narrative. I would point out a book. It's called A Journey Through the Slave Board South, written in the 1850s by an abolitionist who went down there to tell us how horrible slavery was. And it's quite the opposite. Journey Through the Slave Board South. So that's what I would say if I had to give you a few things to think about.
All right. Well, hey, guys, don't worry. When this broadcast ends, it's going to push you to the next one. We're going to have Handsome History up here for a bit longer with us. So don't touch that dial. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. We'll see you in just a moment. All right, guys? No, I'm serious, though. Don't touch that dial. Don't go anywhere. You got another one coming right now. Here we
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment. I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck Black History, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, I mean school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that's a movie, I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels from. When I pull up, they peep how the roof gone. We some dog killers, won't chew bones. Know we all spit on, we supreme. Somewhere I read a nigga had a dream.
You don't have to try to be something you're not. God, I can't stand this.
Trying to be something I'm not? Trying to be proud of my African heritage? That's being something I'm not, then fine.
My grandmother was a full-blooded Iroquois. My grandfather was a Black from a long line of journeymen who lived in Connecticut since the establishment of the colonies. My father was a Bajan who came to this country a cabin boy in a merchant marina.
I know all of that, Mama.
Then know this. I am alive because of the blood of a people who never scraped or begged or apologized for what they were. They asked only one thing of this world: to be allowed to be. I gave you my grandmother's name, a woman who bore 9 children and educated them all. Who held off 6 white men with a shotgun when they tried to drag one of her sons off to jail for not knowing his place. And you had to reach into an African dictionary to find a name that would make you proud.
All right. Let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hit the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you've yet to do so. And hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. You know your boy is demonetized and shadow banned. This is a crowd-funded operation. And if you appreciate the content, I appreciate y'all showing your support in the only way you can. Guys, I've warned you about this for a couple years now. I'm not sure how long some of you have been watching. We've got a lot of new viewers, but I've warned you guys about this for years. I was the modern day Paul Revere, but instead of the British are coming, it's the Africans are coming, the Africans are coming. And they're cosplaying and they're eating cats and dogs, but we're not going to get into all that. Y'all can see the stream I did on the Haitians eating pets in Ohio. Go ahead and check out the channel. But guys, I warned you about this. Africans have been in bed with our oppressor. Africans and Europeans kind of had a pact. They kind of had a revisionist history agreement, if you will. They came up with a story and they allowed this false narrative to be promoted that white folks like snuck into Africa and were bear crawling through the jungle, and then they spotted an African and they threw a net on them and they grabbed them and chained them up and dragged them onto a slave boat. No, that wasn't the case. It's called the transatlantic slave trade. It's not called the Holy War. It's not called the mass invasion. Africans captured their fellow Africans and had them waiting on the coast for the Europeans to just come through and window shop. It was the Africans that first enslaved their fellow African and then sold them to foreigners. But guess what happened? Hundreds of years later, some of those black folks that made their way to North America and then mixed in with indigenous tribes on their fight for freedom, those folks became globally revered. They became global successes, global phenomenons. Everybody wants to be like a native Black American, don't they? And imagine how much contempt and vitriol and disdain these Africans have. You guys were nothing but slaves that we sold to white folks, and now you're richer than us, and more popular than us, and more successful than us. And you create inventions that are revered the world over. Meanwhile, Africans are global failures. And I got to correct you, Tony. No, it's not that they allowed us to be captured. They captured some of our ancestors. It wasn't no white man sneaking in the bushes, stealing no Africans. It was the African in the bush stealing their fellow African. Look at this. It's all good, Tony. It's a lot of misinformation out there. We all grew up thinking that the white man just stole some Africans. No, it's called a slave trade. There was 2 consenting parties. The only person that did not give their consent was the captured individual. The African freely sold their fellow African to Europeans for trinkets, guns, muskets, beer, and mirrors. If you don't believe me, look it up. And guess what, guys? Guess what? Africans for decades have been scamming us with the save the children and feed the children and we are the world and we are the people. We going over there and building wells, and they're so corrupt that the money's going to the elites and the Africans are still poor. So they've been scamming us for a long time. The Nigerian scammers, the romance scams, the hush puppies, the Yahoo boys. Look it up. The year of return tourism scam. Hey guys, come over here and buy property in Africa because you're coming back to the mother. No, it was a scam. Black Americans went over there and got murdered by them Africans. Look it up. The only thing that Africans have had going for themselves, since they're revered as global failures, the only thing that Africans have going for themselves recently is their alleged kinship to us. Let me say that again clearly. The only thing the Africans have ever had going for themselves in recent years is their alleged kinship to us. So when we watch this video and this African woman is so triggered that Black Americans are discovering their Aboriginal roots, no, it's because they're losing the little bit of power they have. The only little bit of power they have that they're holding on to is their alleged kinship to us. So now that we're delineating, they're running around like Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
We have to teach people who seems to be so lost I cannot believe African Americans, please listen to me. If you are African American and you are denying your roots, I'm talking about those denying their roots because
Hey, and peep game, y'all, peep game. The Africans want to convince Black Americans to identify as African, but they're not going over to the Dominicans and forcing an African identity onto them, right?
Reminder that Dominicans are not Black. We are not Black. And no matter how much Black Americans cry about it, we are not Black. We will never be Black. Yes, I look Black, but we are not Black. And it's just a reminder to Black Americans who are so pathetically forcing Dominicans to label themselves as Black. When we keep telling them we have our own culture, we know Black, papi, they still force it on us.
The descendants of African slaves in South America that say me no Black poppy, the Africans don't have any issues with them not identifying as African. They don't call themselves African Dominicans, African Puerto Ricans, African Haitians, nothing of the sort. They don't call themselves African Jamaicans. They just say they're Jamaican, right? So why is it that Africans on the continent are only trying to force this African identity on Black Americans? Because we are the global successes. And the only thing Africans have going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. Do you understand now? I hope you're starting to get it.
because thankfully we have so many lovely African Americans who embrace their African roots, who knows where they came from, who are trying to go back to the motherland and educate themselves about their people, their history, and their culture. And there is a fair amount of people that also denying their roots. We are not forcing you to be Africans because you can deny it all you want, brother, sister. Go back to the motherland and you will see that you are just like any other African.
Why are they trying to convince us that we're the same when we're not? Most Black Americans have American Indian, Aboriginal, Indigenous roots, not no fucking African roots. There's some of us who have Indigenous roots and African admixture because 4% of the slaves during the transatlantic slave trade went to North America. And a lot of those African slaves, when they fled the plantation and revolted, they were adopted by indigenous tribes like the Seminole and the Creek and the Choctaw, et cetera, et cetera. But guys, a lot of us have zero African admixture. A lot of us are doing our genealogy. We're tracing our family tree, and we're not seeing any documentation that supports this claim of us being African. They've been reclassifying Black Indians in America since 1682. Virginia in 1682 passed 2 acts that combine Native Americans and Africans into one category as Negroes. So yes, clearly some Native Americans were richly melanated and looked a bit similar to Africans for them to be able to lump them in the same category and reclassify them, but we're not the same people. The Aboriginals of Australia look dark as hell like some Africans, but they're not African, are they? They're not the same people.
And African people in your country, you see them in America. We are one people. You are me and I'm you. Okay? And we are same, like it, hate it. It is what it is. But my concern is that you guys that deny your roots, you are starting to create false history. Ooh, and I'm not gonna sit down for that to happen. There is nothing I can do, but I will call you guys out because you are creating false history that can affect the next generation to come. If we don't put our foot down and stop this nonsense.
She's living in a third world impoverished shithole, and instead of fixing her country, trying to increase her earning potential, instead of doing anything that benefits her and her people, she's online trying to convince us to adopt an African identity and trying to convince us that we don't have American Indian roots.
It's gonna carry on, and the next generation and the next one to come are gonna start thinking that they are not from Africa. They're gonna preach that fake history to continue, and by the time you realize, Africa will keep shrinking and the people will keep shrinking, and we might finish.
That's not a problem. We don't care if Africa shrinks and the people. What the fuck is she talking about? The big ass continent, largest continent in the world, Africa is going to shrink and the people are going to. We don't care, ma'am. Africa can be wiped off of the face of the earth tomorrow, and that does not affect Native Black Americans in the slightest. For those of us that do have some distant African ancestors, we don't give a damn about no Africa. You Africans that captured some of our ancestors and sold them to foreign Europeans for trinkets. Why would we? Guys, you know what this shit is? It's like when you got a dope fiend mama or daddy that like sells you or like gives you up for adoption, and then you become rich and famous, and here comes your dope fiend parent talking about we're family, right? Buy me a house, buy me a car, we're family, right? No.
So I am not going to sit down for that to happen, and none of us Africans are going to allow that. Please, if you deny Africa, that's okay. That's your problem.
You're not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. It was God's plan to show y'all the liar. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Yeah, I had to cue the Kendrick one time.
But don't go around with that fake history you are giving. Stop it. You call yourself Native Americans, yet you don't even know your tribe.
What are you talking about? Look how emotional she is. She's emotional that we don't identify with a country we have never fucking been to. I ain't never been to Africa. My daddy ain't from Africa. My mama ain't from Africa. My grandmama ain't from Africa. Matter of fact, we know y'all don't even got your fucking paperwork. Y'all don't even got birth certificates. I got my family tree on my father's side traced back to the early 1800s. On my mother's side traced back to the late 1700s. And y'all don't even have birth certificates. And guess what? Not a single ancestor came from fucking Africa. So what are you smoking? She's so emotional. She's so upset because she knows as soon as we delineate, it's game over for them Africans.
Where is your tribe? What is the name of your tribe? What?
My tribe is the Muskogee Creek Nation, ma'am. My tribe is the Muskogee Creek Nation. Our ancestral homeland is in the Alabama region. We were comprised of a conglomerate of other tribes that split off, such as the Seminole. I know the name of my tribe. Is that it? Is that the test? Did I pass, guys? She thought that we didn't know the name of our tribes. What? Yeah. Not only do I know the name of my tribe, not only am I a full-time genealogist who meets with dozens of Black Americans and teaches them how to trace their family heritage, but God damn it, when we go through that paper trail, we don't see nothing that points to Africa. And if you haven't done your genealogy yet, I urge you to reach out and schedule a consultation.
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
This is wild. She's on the other side of the world trying to tell us we're not Native and we're African. Bitch, you don't know our genealogy. You don't know our heritage. You don't know who we descend from, just like we don't know about yours. But you guess what the difference is? We don't care about you. We don't care about what tribe you're a part of or not a part of. We don't care whether you call yourself Nigerian or African or Igbo. We don't give a damn. But they care so much about us. They have a one-sided parasocial relationship with us, and it's disgusting. They're like serial stalkers.
Language do you speak, your so-called Native Americans?
I'm sorry, guys. She had another pop quiz for me. So the first question, she put me on the spot, guys. She really put me on the spot. She said, well, what is your Native American tribe? Ma'am, Muskogee Creek Nation. Oh, well, what is the tribal language you speak? It's called Misvoki. Matter of fact, I take weekly virtual language classes with my tribe every Friday. Is this it? Is this the big test, y'all? Did I pass yet? Did we pass? She think we don't know the name of the tribe. She don't think we know the name of our tribal language. What?
Language do you guys speak? Because every single tribe or every single country in this world have their own language. So if you are indigenous,
That is false, ma'am. That is false. Every country's indigenous population has their own language. Every country that has been successfully colonized by foreign powers, they speak the language of the colonizer, which is why most of the world speaks English and most of South America speaks Spanish, and then Asia and all those other parts speak Mandarin, right? Right, guys? Y'all are over in Africa not speaking your native tongue. Y'all speaking French and shit. I done seen so many videos of Africans speaking French and speaking the Queen's English, but she want to talk to us about tribal indigenous languages.
just as red Indians, or sorry to say, Native Americans, they have their own language. They have their own tribes. So, Madam so-called African, wanna be Native American, what is the name of your tribe?
Ma'am, I already answered. It's the Muskogee Creek Nation for short. So what are you talking about? Does she not know how many black folks have their tribal citizenship intact? Does she not know that we know who we are and we have records over here and documentation? Does she not know I'm the king of receipts and I can pull up evidence to point to black Indians in America as early as the 1400s? Play with me if you want to. I do this for real. You up here online just emotional because your scam's coming to an end.
What is the name of your people? You coming up with some fake identity that is going to cause some crisis to our African identity. So please stop it. Stop with the fake history.
I told you guys, I warned you. She's upset. She's emotional because she thinks us delineating is causing a crisis to her African identity. Because again, the only thing they've ever had going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. We know you're down bad. The more and more Black Americans do their genealogy and get in touch with their American Indian roots and further delineate from African migrants, the more you guys have to hold your own nuts. And if there's one thing you guys are incapable of doing, it's standing on your own 2 feet, picking yourself up by your bootstraps and holding on to your own nuts.
Creating. Please. It's serious, guys. You are really doing something that is wrong and is illegal.
The fuck are you talking about?
Okay, I'm just a little bit confused. I need somebody in the comment section, whoever is watching this video, to help me out. So during the first part, she was going off on the fact that, oh, Black Americans, you don't know really who you are. You think that you're Caucasian. You think that you're Native American. You're believing this false history. You're making up this false history. You don't really know who it is that you are. But since you want to say that you are Native American, then what is your tribe? Everybody that lives in a place that is indigenous, they have a tribe and they know their tribe. What is the name of your tribe? And then on top of knowing that tribe, what is the language of which that tribe speaks? Why are you not speaking that language together? And we move then to, again, stating that, hey, Black Americans, you don't know who it is that you actually are. So we have somebody else from a whole nother place trying to tell Black Americans who it is that they are. Even if we just so happen to do the research, we do the blood work, we trace our roots back on this land, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever amount of years. And I'm talking about hundreds. We trace those back. And we learn that we are a part of an indigenous tribe here. We learn about the language of which was spoken. Now, again, we don't have schools directly set up in everyday America. to go learn these languages. If you want to learn these native languages, you have to more than likely go to a reservation where they still keep up with these languages every single day.
Exactly. And I can tell you, as a card carrying American Indian, that only 5% of Native Americans speak their indigenous language. So when she's running around here talking about the red natives speak their language, but you don't speak your language, no, ma'am. Only 5% of American Indians speak their ancestral tongue. Most speak English and have adopted English surnames as well. That's what happens when you get colonized. Same thing going on over there in Africa, right?
With the writings every single day. So again, for her to try to state this shows that she lacks any form of knowledge on anything that is going on here, and she is just mouthing off and just saying whatever it is that she feels that she wants to say. But again, I find it quite odd and I find it quite funny that no matter whatever research Black people here in America will do to find out who it is that they are, where it is that they belong, everybody all over the world will tell Black Americans who it is that they are. Nobody finds that strange.
Come on, everybody has a vested interest either cosplaying our culture, grifting our culture, or trying to tell us what to identify as. Why? Because the biggest scam running for hundreds of years now is convincing us that we don't come from this land. Guys, if you're new to this broadcast, if you're new to my content, subscribe, hit the like button, hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. But I have a nickname, and it is the King of Receipts. And I have that nickname because I don't just get up here and talk. I show evidence. So why don't I bring up some evidence as to how our ancestors were speaking about Africa? You know, we had successful Black-owned cities and newspapers and lawyers and doctors and everything. And guess what? In our newspapers, we wrote about Africa. In the 1800s, early 1900s, our ancestors were very, very vocal about Africa and all these schemes to get us to quote unquote go back to Africa. And let's do a little bit of reading, shall we? Because at the end of the day, although these Africans may not realize it, reading is also fundamental.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Let's take a little look. This right here is a newspaper clipping from Kansas City, Missouri. It says, disenfranchise the Negro and send him back to Africa? Absurd. Impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns in his own name in the United States, is not easily to be taken from him. Besides, the Negro is not an African. He is an American. African is a misnomer. Why try to send him to a country which is not his own? Now y'all see why they call me the King of Receipts, right? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Frederick Douglass, in his newspaper, wrote January 22nd, 1852, about Abraham Lincoln's colonization schemes. He had deportation and colonization schemes. He wanted to emancipate us and then deport us. And this is what Frederick Douglass wrote about. The colonization scheme. There is no sentiment more universally entertained, nor more firmly held by the free colored people of the United States than that this is their own, their native land. And that here, for good or for evil, their destiny is to be wrought out. Identified with the entire history of the American people, going back more than 200 years, this sentiment is natural and praiseworthy. There is not now, there never has been, and we think there never will be any general desire on the part of our people to immigrate from this land to any other, and least of all to the wilds of Africa. Yeah, our ancestors weren't just standing on business, they were standing on lineage. But let the African woman tell us we got to be African. We got to identify as African. We got to call ourselves African American. No, me no African, mommy.
Nobody finds that strange. So at first, when we said that we were African American, then we had some people over there saying, no, you're not African Americans. So then once we're like, okay, whatever, we're just gonna start from square one. So let's just start doing some blood work, some research, and finding out where it is that we came from. And a lot of us can trace our roots again back here. So then we have people in America telling us, oh no, you're not Native American. It's possible for you to be Native American. The actual natives were the Mexicans and the Indians that were here because they originally had the land. Then you have white people. No, you can't be Native Americans. I know that I'm basically 60% Cherokee or Chickasaw and all this other type of stuff. I got my ticket from the $5 rolls, of which my great-great-grandpappy sat up there and paid for, even though we originally too are also immigrants. But it doesn't matter because I have more proof that I'm Native American than you. What do you actually have? So we have people out there in Latin America telling us that we're not Native American. We got white people who have fake Native American ancestry telling us that we're not Native American. Then we got people over there in Africa telling us that we're not Native American. This is looking a little bit weird here, guys. Like I said before, whenever it gets to a point where you got a multitude of people telling you that you are not something, something is up.
Do the knowledge, nigga.
Deny Africa all you want. You are Africans. That is how you got to America. You can claim America because that's all you know, but the blood flows through your veins. That blood that flows through your veins. That blood that makes you sing good. That blood that makes you dance good.
If it's African blood that makes us sing and dance good, then why don't Africans sing and dance as good as us?
Blood that gives you that rhythm. That blood that gives you boldness and bravery.
If African blood gives us boldness and bravery, why don't Africans display boldness and bravery?
That blood that gave you beauty, intelligence. That blood is from Africa. That blood flows through your veins just as it flows through my veins. We are one people. I'm not going to force you to accept it, but I'm telling you, and I will tell you, and I will keep telling you, and I will keep going on.
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up, that's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
Yeah, we sold some of y'all to the white man, but don't remember that blood is why you successful. 400, 500 years later, y'all successful because of that African blood some of y'all got from 700 years ago. I mean, all right. You see how they're desperately trying to cling on to us? You see how us delineating, us doing our genealogy, us discovering our ancestral heritage, do you see how this just makes them go crazy?
Please, cut the crap. And if you are feeling some kind of broken about history and some kind of anger towards African people, it is not our fault. We are.
Oh, it's not your fault that you chose to enslave your fellow Africans and sell them to foreigners for muskets and beer and gunpowder and trinkets. Oh, it's not your fault. Wait. The white man forced you to capture Africans and sell them to the. Oh, that's what it is. The white man made them enslave one another and sell them for. I got it.
are not the enemy here, guys. We are not the enemies. You went through hell. Stop lying about history. Stop the false claims, please. Have some dignity and respect for African people, black people all over the world. If you don't want to...
But the funny thing is, they don't call themselves black people, and they don't even identify as African. Africans don't call themselves Africans. Africans do not go anywhere in the world and say, "Hi, I'm African." They say, "I'm Somali, I'm Sudanese." I don't even identify colloquially as African. So why are they trying to get us to? When we ain't never even been to Africa, our parents ain't from, grandparents ain't from, your great. These motherfuckers think we immigrants like how they are. I'm not no immigrant, girl.
Be one of us and you think that you are Caucasian or something. We know our people. You can bleach, you can change your nose, you can change your eyes, you can do whatever to be Caucasian. We know you. We know our people. Some of you lot, you have never even been to the motherland. What are you scared of? Go.
Maybe we don't like going to impoverished third world countries that have armed conflicts popping off and genocide and mutilation and rape and child trafficking and everything in between. Maybe we don't want to visit Africa for the same reason you guys are fleeing Africa. Or maybe we don't want to visit Africa the same way some of us don't want to visit Thailand. Or some of us don't want to visit Ireland. Or some of us don't want to visit Paris. Some of us don't want to go to Iran. Some of us are cool if we never go to Portugal because that's not where we're from. And we're fine where we're from.
Go and see. You know why you don't want to go? Because you don't want to face the truth. Because you know when you get to the motherland, you'll be ashamed of yourself. Because you faking history. Fake identity you are creating on yourself. You claim not to be African. And that is why you cannot put your foot on the motherland because you know who you are. But for some reason, you deny it. But let me tell you, I'm not your enemy.
Oh, she's right, guys. Guys, she's getting through to me. I'm having a breakthrough. I'm starting to reflect on the choices that I have made. She's right. You know what, guys? Mike has never been to Africa. Never. And if I think about it, I'm sorry, guys, I need a moment. Oh, she's getting to me, y'all. Oh, no, she's right. If I think about it, the reason that I've never visited Africa is because I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to visit Africa because I know that I've been pretending to be Native American, but really I'm African. And if I step foot on the continent of Africa, I will feel the ancestors will shame me. Oh no, say oh no. She's right, guys. She's right. I'm forging documents. This isn't a real citizenship ID card. My child isn't a member of the tribe as well. My tribe hasn't cashed me out tens of thousands of dollars per the federal benefits. Guys, it's all an act. You know, us Black Americans, if we just look in the mirror, if we just start with the man in the mirror, we'll realize that we're actually African. Matter of fact, let's not even call ourselves African American. Let's just call ourselves Africans. I renounce my U.S. citizenship. I'm going to get a flight to Africa, guys. I'm going to Africa. I'm not going to be ashamed anymore. What is this bitch talking about, bro? What is this? She's really trying to shame us, gaslight the fuck out of us into convincing us that we're African. Ma'am, we do something called genealogy. Nowhere on my family tree is a musty African. Nowhere in the paperwork or the documentation is there any evidence going back to Africa. Stop the cap. But you know what I do find? My ancestor on the dolls roll. God damn it, before we even get to the dolls roll, we find the handwritten tribal documents of them being a part of what tribe? Creek Nation, March 3rd, 1905. Damn, I can willy-nilly, spur of the moment, bring up handwritten documents from my lineal ancestor written in 1905, but most of these Africans don't even have a birth certificate. Damn. Ancestors on the dolls roll and everything. Half Creek by blood. I mean, damn, but we don't know who we are when we have a meticulous paper trail.
People are not your enemies. Okay? We all went through something. Actually, you lot were even lucky. You fought for your freedom. You had the opportunity to be superstars. You made billions, multiple.
See, you see the sick ass thinking of an African? They think we're lucky to have gone through slavery. They think we're lucky to have gone through oppression because at least we get to live in America, a first world country. Bitch, we built America. Stop the cap. We built the shit. Black Indians already laid the foundation before the 13 colonies were even set up. Look up the mound builders. Look up the southeastern woodland people. Every major city, San Francisco to New York, was a Black Indian settlement with pyramids, houses, agriculture, you name it. And the colonizers built on top of it and revised history. But she wants us to think what? She wants us to think that we should identify with a place we've never been and a place most of us have no desire to ever go.
Millions with your talent. And yet Africa was still suffering. Africa was being still destroyed, and still till now. Africa became the lab rat for these people, injecting all kinds of vaccine into our people. But you lot, you had the opportunity to ride in the dream car, work and explore your talent and make money off your talents. You should have brought that money to Africa to invest in Africa.
Wow, you selfish ass musty bitch. I'm sorry, excuse my French. Is free speech still allowed? You selfish, musty ass. What? We fought for everything we ever got. We bled for it and then some. We've been kicked out of generational wealth and opportunities for decades. We've been hit with glass ceilings. We've been hit with missed opportunity. We fought for every scrap that we got. And you think that we're lucky and we're privileged and we should take our money to Africa, to the people who sold some of our ancestors to European slave drivers? What? Yes, you slaves. We captured you and we sold you to the white man, and now you are so rich and so successful. Say, oh, we want you to bring some of that money back to your original slave masters here in Africa. You know, the white man is benefiting from the success of the Black Americans, but we want to benefit from our slaves too.
Okay, I'm just a little bit confused. I need somebody in the comment section, whoever is watching this video, to help me out. So during the first part, she was going off on the fact that, oh, Black Americans, you don't know really who you are. You think that you're Caucasian. You think that you're Native American. You're believing this false history. You're making up this false history. You don't really know who it is that you are. But since you want to say that you are Native American, then what is your tribe? Everybody that lives in a place that is indigenous, they have a tribe and they know their tribe. What is the name of your tribe? And then on top of knowing that tribe, what is the language of which that tribe speaks? Why are you not speaking that language? You got it. And we move then to, again, stating that, hey, Black Americans, you don't know who it is that you actually are. So we have somebody else from a whole nother place trying to tell Black Americans who it is that they are. Even if we just so happen to do the research, we do the blood work, we trace our roots back on this land, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever amount of years. And I'm talking about hundreds. We trace those back. And we learn that we are a part of an indigenous tribe here. We learn about the language of which was spoken. Now, again, we don't have schools directly set up in everyday America to go learn these languages. If you want to learn these native languages, you have to more than likely go to a reservation where they still keep up with these languages every single day, with the writings every single day. So again, for her to try to state this shows that she lacks any form of knowledge on anything that is going on here, and she is just mouthing off and just saying whatever it is that she feels that she wants to say. But again, I find it quite odd and I find it quite funny that no matter whatever research Black people here in America will do to find out who it is that they are, where it is that they belong, everybody all over the world will tell Black Americans who it is that they are. Nobody finds that strange. Nobody finds that strange. So at first, when we said that we were African American, then we had some people over there saying, no, you're not African Americans. So then once we're like, okay, whatever, we're just going to start from square one. So let's just start doing some blood work, some research, and finding out where it is that we came from. And a lot of us can trace our roots, again, back here. So then we have people in America telling us, oh no, you're not Native American. It's possible for you to be Native American. The actual natives were the Mexicans and the Indians that were here because they originally had the land. Then you have white people. No, you can't be Native Americans. I know that I'm basically 60% Cherokee or Chickasaw and all this other type of stuff. I got my ticket from the $5 rolls, of which my great-great-grandpappy sat up there and paid for, even though we originally too are also immigrants. But it doesn't matter because I have more proof that I'm Native American than you. What do you actually have? So we have people out there in Latin America telling us that we're not Native American. We got white people who have fake Native American ancestry.
I'm so glad that, you know what I'm saying, I even, you know what I mean, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, you know what I mean, enlighten me from the internet to, you know what I mean, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down. He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
Yeah, y'all, I don't know what's going on. They're just self-destructing. The more we delineate, the more we do our genealogy, the more we recognize that we ain't no damn Africans. Most of us do not descend from no damn Africans. The more they self-destruct on the internet. Them Africans have only had their alleged kinship to us as the closest thing to a modicum of success. And now that we're going our own way, they're left to their own devices. They're left with their own insecurity, their own inferiority, their own degeneracy. And good Lord, if I could close the borders, I'd make it so that all of you illegal migrants, African, Haitian, or Venezuelan, would stay in your own country. But
they don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Let me tell you why that's a problem. And I don't care about y'all hating on me on Clubhouse. They've been hating on me on YouTube, and I'm still number one. I'm still that. Listen, I don't care how many Clubhouse groups y'all start trying to take down the champion of Black consciousness. They did it on YouTube, and I'm still here. And
Amira says he's a whole Carib Indian. Hey, there's been a lot of American Indian sellouts. Jesse Jackson is an American Indian, but Jesse Jackson was the one that worked to reclassify us as African American. So they've used divide and conquer tactics for a long time now to turn our own against us.
I'm still number one.
Hey, don't get it twisted. Umar Johnson knows the truth. You know damn well we ain't all from Africa, and some of us are Aboriginal, and only few of us have African heritage. He knows all this, but it'll fuck up his grift and his speaking engagements to promote something other than Pan-Africanism.
That's right. That's right. Most degrees, most supporters, most requested. Stop playing with me. Only one with an institution, because you know we bought the whole block. Y'all talking about buy the block?
Sir, you have an abandoned trap bando in a impoverished neighborhood. You've been working on that school for like 20 years. Still not open.
Back, we bought the whole block. Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey, we bought the whole block. Stop playing games. But here's the problem for you pretendians who say, I'm a Native American, but I'm not African. Here's the problem. The original Americans were African. Vasco Nunez.
That makes absolutely no sense. How are you an original American if you're African? That's a paradox. That's a double negative. That does not compute.
Nunez de Gama. Look up the European. Vasco Nunez de Gama. Go look him up. Go look him up. That European said when he showed up in the Americas, the Native Americans told him that the original people were African.
No, that's false. When the earliest Spanish conquistadors came to the Americas, the island of California, for example, because yes, at one point in time, California looked more like an island, because if you remove all these levees and dams in the Central Valley, it's all underwater, right? But that's for another live stream. I can actually pull up some sources. I'm not like Umar. I don't just talk shit in front of a camera. Let me bring up a primary source. Philosophical and Antiquarian Aboriginal History of America. Let's do some reading, guys, because at the end of the day, reading is also fundamental.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow.
Oh yes, let's do some reading. Let's see what the Europeans actually said. Now I got to give you some context here. I've got to give you some context. The Spanish Europeans, when they came over to the Americas, they only were able to discover this land because of the North African snitches called Moors. American Indians had circumnavigated the globe since time immemorial. Africans have also circumnavigated the world since the beginning of time. So we had trade established. We had contact between the continents. And the North African Moors taught the Europeans how to get over here. And let's take a look at what some people write in their conquistador journals. Now, the Spaniards took North African Moorish guides, slaves, vassals, whatever you want to call them. And it says right here at the top, although America possesses some dark brown men approaching to be black, yet it has almost been universally believed that there were no Aboriginal blacks or Negroes found on this continent. But from considering the peculiar circumstance under which a black race was found in North America, I hold it more than probable that the common opinion is erroneous. So again, basically he's saying, hey, we never thought that there was Aboriginal black folks in America, but we found a whole race of them in North America, so they have to be Aboriginal. Torquemada says the Californians showed no manner of surprise at the sight of some Negroes that accompanied Vizcaino on a voyage to the coast. Well, wait a minute. If Vizcaino meets some California Indians, and these aren't black Indians, these are the lighter skinned Indians, and if Torquemada has, if Vizcaino has some Moorish Negro Africans with him, then shouldn't these California natives be surprised at the sight of these Moorish Negroes, right? Shouldn't they be so surprised to see people with black skin? Well, let's see what these California Indians reacted with. Torquemada says, the Californians show no manner of surprise at the sight of some Negroes that accompanied Vizcaino on a voyage to this coast. And if we scroll down a little bit and keep reading, it says, when a Negro was ordered to distribute a biscuit to the Californians at the Bay of St. Barnabas, quote, the natives seemed greatly pleased at the sight of the Negro, and they signified to him that they lived in friendship and correspondence with a people of his color, and that not far from thence was a Negro village. Damn. So not only the light-skinned California Indians not being surprised by seeing these Africans, but they're like, hey, yo, we're happy to see you. We got a whole village of some dark-skinned people down the way. But Umar wants you to believe that the Spaniards found the natives and the natives said, oh, yeah, we come from Africa. No, 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 no. And even the Spaniards back then were trying to explain this away. Torquemada undertakes to explain this remarkable circumstance by supposing that the Negroes had been left there from a ship from the Philippine Islands. So this is a theory they're coming up with even back then, from 1492, 1500s, whenever this was. I think it was early 1500s. They're trying to say, hey, well, maybe these Negroes were just left here. You know, some Spanish conquistador just left some Negroes here. Now let's keep reading. But as he does not quote the time when such an event had occurred, we presume it was a mere conjecture of his own to explain an anomaly of which he had been previously ignorant. And at first we were disposed to think the supposition plausible. But as it was found on extending our searches, that the Negro character of the Indians on this coast has been distinctly remarked by various navigators, even of the present day. We deem it impossible that any few individuals who were probably without women with them when they left on the coast could have been able to communicate their peculiar complexion and features to entire nations, even after a period of above 200 years. So what does that say in plain English? It says, hey, even if you guys theorize that maybe some Spaniards left these Negroes here on the coast, these Negroes would have been without women. And even if they were left here for hundreds of years, which they weren't, they wouldn't have been able to have sex with so many native girls and have so many babies to make up for why there's such a large amount of all these Black Indians. It's just logistically impossible. They came up with the theory and they debunked the theory. Let's keep reading. If you look at the little asterisks, it says here that one of the very first voyages to California was made by Cortez in 1535, who was accompanied by 400 Spaniards and 300 Negro slaves. Remember them, North African Moors, they lost the war with the Spaniards, and now there were slaves over there in Spain, which is why he had 300 Negro slaves. And they're trying to say, well, hey, maybe he left some of these North Africans over here. Well, let's keep reading. He coasted both sides of the Gulf of California and returned safely to Acapulco. In this expedition, it's the earliest account that we have of Negroes having been sent to that part of America. But there's no reason to think that any of them were left on the shore. Negro slaves are worth money, y'all. Why would Cortez just leave 300 African slaves on the coast? Just, hey, guys, you're free now. Just be fruitful and multiply. It's Gucci. Be free, slaves. Be free. Like, what? There's no reason to think that any of them were left on the shore, as they were valuable property. And about 70 years after this voyage of Cortez was when the voyage of Vizcaino described by Torquemada took place. And apparently that's much too short of a time for Negro villages to have been built. Guys, if we play devil's advocate and say for whatever reason Cortez in 1535 left 300 African slaves on the coast of California, let's just play hypotheticals and say that happened. Well, 70 years later, when Vizcaino sees all these Negro villages, 70 years is too short of a time frame to have such a large population of Black Indians. Come on. It was apparently much too short of a time for Negro villages to have been built, with whose inhabitants the natives have formed leagues of friendship, even if it were proved, which it has not been, that such persons had been wrecked or left ashore about these periods of time. So you see why you tune into Mike TV and not folks like Umar Johnson, because I don't just talk about it, I show you evidence as well. Exhibit B. This is a painting of California Indians playing a game at a California mission. You got light-skinned Indians, you got dark-skinned Indians. The Indian standing up on the right look like a typical nigga posted up on the block, hands in his pants and everything. So when you hear misinformation like that of which is coming out of Umar Johnson's mouth about conquistadors coming to California and the California Indians said Africans came, no, I just read you the real receipts. And again, this book is called The Philosophical and Antiquarian Aboriginal History of America. It was compiled in 1820s in London, and it's a compilation of journals from Torquemada, Vizcaíno, and Cortez, dated as early as the 1500s.
Don't believe Dr. Umar? Go look up and see what the white man said who came here. Columbus.
Oh, we just read what the white man said, sir.
This was not the only European who said, quote unquote, Negroes were in the Americas. Negroes was in.
Negro is Spanish for black. Yes, there's melanated black people on every continent of the world. That doesn't mean they're African. There's Negros in Australia. They're called Aborigines. The ancient Chinese were Negro. Negro just means black. Stop the cap, Umar.
In the Caribbean. Oh, yes, go look it up. They was using the word Negro at that time. Yes! Columbus said he found Negroes in the Caribbean. Vasco Nunez de Gama said not only did he find Negroes in America, he said that the Native Americans told him that the original people were Africans.
No, they said they lived in a league of friendship with dark-skinned Indians that kind of resembled the Negroes the Spaniards came with.
Believe me, go do your research. But here's the problem you pretendians are going to run into. Here's the problem you pretendians are going to run into. If the original Americans were African and you are not African, that automatically means that you are a descendant of the red man, the red Native American.
There is no such thing as a red man or a red Native American. Red skin was another name for copper color skin, which is still talking about black people, which is why we have a phrase red bone. What are you talking about, Umar? You're supposed to be an educator or something?
Not the black Native American. See, the black Native American is the African, and they were here first. The black Native American was the African, and they were here first. The red man was not here first. The red man is the amalgamation of the Asiatics who came over, mixing with the original African to make the red. So when you say I'm not African, you cannot be the original Native American.
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
Yeah, Deformed Pretty Boy says that's all you have to do is learn the history of Cali and you'll learn about the accounts of the Black Indians. That's why California white people always talk about how Cali didn't have slaves. Yeah. The stories was of a Black Indian Queen Khalifa that ruled the island of California. Come on.
You say I am not African. You cannot be the original Native American. You can't have it both ways. You are either African and you are the original Native Africans of America. Because if you're telling me you're not.
Nobody on earth calls themselves the original Africans of America. That is the most ridiculous misnomer I have ever heard in my life.
As you're aware, in 1912, Dr. Walter Plecker became the first director of the Bureau of Vital Statistics. Prior to that, there were no birth certificates, and he was a director up until the 1940s, 1946, until his death. But he was part of the eugenics movement, which was a movement about creating one race of people, which was white, and everything else was put in a pot, as Tina Marie would say, and stir it up and called colored. But he went beyond board on that, wherein, as far as first Americans are concerned, he changed birth certificates and marriage licenses.
Hey, Umar Johnson is never going to mention Walter Plecker, right?
He even put out letters to census takers in 1930 that people such as myself that are first Americans and Native Americans, that he considered us as being bastards, that we were just trying to be Indian to marry into the white race. What's so interesting about that was that in the 30s he gave a presentation in New York City and on eugenics, and there were commanders associated with Adolf Hitler that attended that particular meeting.
But basically, when he was the registrar for the Bureau of Vital Records, he changed the names of Indian people in Southampton County,
Exactly.
their race from Indian to Negro or colored.
Well, it was referred to as colored, and basically all the tribes in Virginia in the early 1900s were referred to as colored. Okay, then after the 1924 Racial Integrity Act, everything that was in that colored bowl became Negro.
If we were really from Africa, America would have never told you. I mean, what's the point of taking someone's last name, taking mother away from daughter, taking son away from father, making sure they can't speak their language, making sure they don't know their culture? If you're just going to turn around and tell them the exact location where they're from in the first place, it just makes no sense. What makes sense is telling them they're from somewhere else so they won't connect to their actual land and heritage and culture. Think about it. Peace to the gods.
African. You descend from the red man. So you are descendant of the red native, not the black native. So if you are descendant of the red native, you cannot be aboriginal. You cannot be aboriginal. You cannot be indigenous to America because the red Native American was not here first.
What are you talking about? He's oh so passionate about these lies. We have depictions of the Aboriginals of America as early as the 1500s, and the Spaniards always painted them as black folks, huh? All this talk about a red man. I don't see no red man in this. I see black folks. Discovery of the New World painting. Spanish depiction of the East Coast, West Coast, down South, Midwest. Black folks. Okay? All right. All the journals, all the accounts, all the depictions. Black Indians. Black Indians. What are we talking about? Now, Umar Johnson's kind of correct in a way, not really. He is correct in the sense that there are different ethnic groups of American Indians, just like there's different ethnic groups of everybody on different continents. You look at Africa, compare a North African to a South African. They look like different people, different phenotype, different complexion. It's the same thing here in North America. There were three main ethnic groups. We really just only have to cover the first two, since the third ethnic group is in Alaska, and we ain't talking about Alaska right now. But the first ethnic group was the Anasazi, aka the Amerindian, aka the Negro people. We're the oldest, original, largest population of over 500 million. We are the descendants of the Mississippian mound builders, the Eastern woodland people. In more modern day times, these tribes may be called the Creek, the Seminole, the Chickasaw, the Yamansi, the Nottoway, the Wampanoag. The list goes on and on and on. But we are the original Indians. From Canada to the Gulf of Mexico, it was all Black Indian territory. And what Umar's talking about when he's talking about the red man, those are the Southwestern Plains natives. While they're still classified as Native Americans, they're really the first immigrants. These are those folks they say came across the Bering Strait from Mongolia, Russia, Siberia. These are the folks that settled in the California desert, the Arizona desert, the Utah desert, like the Navajo tribe, the Pueblo tribe. These are the Indians that look like this. Yes. There's a big difference, though, between an Indian that looks like this and an Indian that looks like this. Right, Umar? There's a big difference between an Indian that looks like this. Come on, she looked like her daddy's Genghis Khan and her mama's Elizabeth Warren. And now compare that to a real Indian that looks like this. Or an Indian that looks like this. Or an Indian that looks like this. And we can keep going. And we can keep going. The Foreign Pretty Boy says, Fatmar would never, ever come to debate you about this ever. Hey, we know what happened the last time I debated Umar. He ran scared.
Well, the only reason why I mentioned people's actions is because you yourself exclusively date Black, yet you're one of the biggest scammers in our community. It's been 12 years. And you still have
Why you do me like that? Why you do me like that, bro?
Hey,
If I'm ever gonna flex something, it's the fact that I'm one of the only Black Americans to tell Umar he's a scammer to his damn face, okay? Or as close to his face as I can get. But again, guys, there's a big difference between the ethnic groups, and we know who the original American Indians are, and we know who the migrants from the Bering Strait are. And guess what? These original American Indians, these folks were not from Africa. And when we say that Black folks are indigenous, it's not just America, it's the Americas. From Alaska to Canada, what we now call the United States, Central America, South America, the Caribbean islands, there was Black Indians all across here. And if there's ever anybody that doubts that claim, I bet you they ain't heard of the Black Warmento. Put some fists and feathers in the chat if you've heard of the Black Warmento. Put a 0 in the chat if you've never heard of the Black Warmento. For people like Umar who want to say Black Indians don't exist, watch me kill them with this move here. If there's anybody that puts a 0 in the chat, though, I see a 0. Boogaloo 45 has never heard of the Black Warmento. Well, let me go ahead and bring this up. How can anybody ever claim that Black Indians did not inhabit all of the Americas when the Spaniards who colonized Central and South America instituted a colonial policy called the Black Warmento? It means whitening. It was also called the Major La Raza, which means improving the race towards an ideal whiteness. This right here is a perfect example of what it was about. This painting depicts it perfectly. You would take a Black indigenous woman and you would rape her or force her to have a baby with a European. So now her daughter comes out like this, a mulat, a mulatto. Then you force her daughter to have a baby with a European. So now her daughter comes out like this, racially ambiguous, white passing. This was a Spanish conquistador colonial practice where they sought to breed the phenotype out of the Black Aboriginal within 2 generations. In just 2 generations, we can go from Black Indian to white passing descendant of Indian mixed with conquistador. So guys, if there's anyone who ever doubts that there weren't Black Indians in all of the Americas, we're talking Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Mexico, all of the Americas, Jamaica, St. Barnabas, Haiti, all of the Americas. If that wasn't the case, then who were the Spaniards trying to breed out of existence? Why, when you Google Black Warmento or Branquamento, when you Google it, it tells you right up, right? Straight up, look. It was a Spanish and Portuguese social, political, and economic practice used in many post-colonial countries in the Americas and Oceania to improve the race towards a supposed ideal of whiteness. The term blanqueamiento is rooted in Latin America and is used more or less synonymously with racial whitening, which is why to this day they got such colorism issues in South America. They whiten their skin with the cream. You got Haiti, which is basically the black side of the island. You got DR, which is the lighter skin side of the island. Most people don't realize Haiti and the DR is the same place. It's the same island. It's one island, but it's just segregated, the light side and the dark side. If you look in the Brazilian favelas, all the dark-skinned people are in the favelas, in the slums. The light-skinned people are living in the cities. Guys, if there's no such thing as Black Aboriginals all across the Americas, what is the Blanqueamiento? What is this? But Umar wants to tell us we ain't Indian because he says so. All right, Umar. I guess I don't exist, Umar. I don't exist. I'm not here right now. I'm not talking. This is all a figment of our imagination. I don't exist. You guys don't exist. We don't exist.
He is a mixture of the Asiatics and the original Africans. So which way do you want to play this? Which way do you want to play this? Are you a descendant of the original Africans of America? Or are you a descendant of the red people who are a mixed race group who are also of African DNA? Make up your mind. Make up your mind, pretendians. Y'all got a lot of questions y'all need to answer now.
Yeah. We're called pretendians because we identify with our ancestral roots,
with documentation to back it, right? I can prove with documentation that I'm an American Indian, but none of these Pan-Africans can prove they have African heritage. Come on, y'all. Isn't that crazy how we can easily prove that we're American Indian, but they can't prove they're African?
Got a lot of questions y'all need to answer, because you do know the European anthropologists found skulls of African people in the Olmec. In the Olmec discoveries, there were skulls. Don't believe me. Go do it.
No one theorizes that the Olmecs are African.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.